cash, not coercion, not corruption. Vote buying silences the will of the people, and check illicit political financing weakens the very sovereignty of a state. Democracy falters when everyone's choice is compromised. An unprecedented multimedia politician-citizen forum brought to you by Joy News Impact Makers Foundation. This community-level engagement will spotlight illicit political financing, explore its implications, and proffer solutions to safeguarding Ghana's democracy. Democracy is not for sale on Joy News, Adom TV, Joy FM, Adom FM, and across our social media platforms. Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the AM show. Now, this morning on the show, a number of public officials are under investigation over their possible involvement in the transit of methamphetamine valued at $208 million from Ghana to Australia. Now, the 320-kilogram consignment concealed in charcoal was intercepted by Australian authorities. As investigations gather pace, what does this case reveal about the integrity of Ghana's border security systems and the fight against transnational organized crime? And when you listen to the minister, there's a lot of public officials are under investigation because, look, when you look at it, something doesn't add up. That's his words there. We'll get into these matters here, on the show. Again, Ghana's diplomatic relationship with South Africa has come under scrutiny following growing tensions between the two countries. Someone says, I asked for the postponement, others says, we said no. Now, is this a disagreement that can be managed in the interest of both nations, or one that could undermine decades of cooperation? We also turn our attention to a troubling public health concern after more than 1,300 security service recruits reportedly tested positive for HIV. So these are people who wanted to enter into the services, but we're told that the tests didn't go well for them. So what does this reveal about awareness, prevention, and the vulnerabilities facing Ghana's youthful population? Well, we'll get into that. And despite years of promise and interventions, millions of Ghanaian children are still studying under trees. Why does this challenge persist? And what does it say about the country's commitment to providing quality education? Well, joining us to dissect these issues are political scientist at the University of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Asante, board member of the VRA, National Executive Committee member of the NDC, Wanda Victor Kuto Esquire, member of the MPP's Communications Directorate, Awal Mohammed, and sustainability consultant and lecturer at UNIMAC, Dr. Parkwesi Abedu. They will be joining us for us to have breakfast. Stay with us as we unpack the issues. But first, let's get you up to speed with the latest news headlines. And my colleague Nicholas Yamwa joins us today with the news update. Once again, my name is Samuel Kojo. I do this always with Emefa, Akosua, Adeti. It's always a pleasure to serve you breakfast. Welcome to the show. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to the AM News. I'm Nicholas Yamwa. Thousands of children with visual impairment in Ghana are being denied quality education as special schools face severe shortages of braille learning materials, assistive technology, and essential support. An assessment found that 95% of schools lack adequate braille resources, 93% operate without assistive technology, while consistent government support reaches only 18% of schools. There's more in the following report.
For children living with visual impairment, access to education is critical to building confidence, independence, and future opportunities. But for many, the absence of basic learning tools is turning the classroom into a place of daily frustration. The assessment found that essential resources, including braille machines and packings, are either faulty, unavailable, or unused in several schools, leaving many students without the support required to fully participate in learning. The country program director for Visual International, Jeremiah Beidu Shea, says stigma and inadequate monitoring are worsening conditions for visually impaired learners.
There are a lot of white kids there, but they fold it, put it into their bags and under their armpits and walk. Why? Because, you see, they don't want the people to even stigmatize them that they are blind, they are visually impaired. So they want to, because what they do in the school, we have something called orientation and mobility. Once you come to the school, they teach you the environment. So actually, they know the environment well. So they are able to find their way out. So without the white kid, they can walk around and through the sense of hearing, they can know that when something is approaching. When we talk about their devices and learning materials, I think that government need to up their game to give them a lot of these learning materials. Much resources are not going there, which I think that resources must go there articulately. And there's a need for, in fact, supervision is very key. If resources go there and you don't monitor the resources, how is it being used? So government cannot just send resources there and then sit down at the center and not monitor these things. I will not be surprised if government sends some resources there, but it's not being used properly. No, it cannot work. But I think that we need to do a lot of supervision and then put mechanisms in place for them to see that they are one another's keeper and they must support one. Because at the end of the school, you come to the same society and you live there. So I think that something more should be done.
The national coordinator of the Ghana National Education Campaign Coalition, Benes Impre Jachi, is appealing to government and stakeholders to provide the needed resources for visually impaired learners, arguing that proper support will enable them to overcome barriers and achieve their potential.
They are very important people who are visually impaired, but they have been able to achieve a lot and they are doing a lot to support the country. When we are able to provide basic needs for the visually impaired children, they will grow and become very responsible and useful for the country. You go to these special schools, they are open gutters. Their sanitation is nothing to write home about. How can a blind person use a pit latrine? You can imagine the danger. A child can even fall into that latrine without anyone knowing. We are very grateful to the minister for the great effort he's doing to support persons with disability. But with this special report, we are appealing to him to actually look at specifically the visually impaired children and the special schools in Ghana. We can send people to go outside the country to go and learn how to repair the braille machines and then the packings machines, so that they will come and train more people, so that when the machines break down, they can repair it.
Stakeholders insist that urgent action is needed to bridge the gaps in special education and ensure children with visual impairment are not left behind in Ghana's education system. For Joy News, Martha Sewabwacha's report read to you.
Now, the Environmental Protection Authority has revealed that children are the most vulnerable to the harmful effect of lead exposure. In its latest study on the lead poisoning, 1 out of 2 children in Ghana is prone to brain damage and low IQ as a result of such exposures. Now, speaking at the ceremony to present their findings in Accra, the Deputy Director of the Chemical Control Unit and also the Quality Unit at EPA, Lovely Sapon, said the new findings raise concerns about the safety of products used by children. Anita Adams has more in the following report.
World Health Organization (WHO) says lead is a toxic substance with no safe level of exposure, especially for children. Because their brains and nervous systems are still developing, lead exposure can cause reduced IQ, learning difficulties, and behavioral problems. WHO estimates that nearly 800 million children globally have elevated blood lead levels with exposure linked to contaminated toys, paints, dust, and other products. According to Mr. Sapon, an EPA study conducted earlier this year on toys commonly used by children detected hazardous chemicals including lead. The findings have raised concerns about the safety of some children's products available on the market.
Lead exposure has serious consequences on our health, especially when it comes to children and nursing mothers. Children are the most vulnerable because they absorb about 3 times as much as an adult. And for the nursing mother or pregnant woman, the lead is able to cross the placenta and reach the fetus in the mother's womb. And so it's very, very critical that we raise awareness of these vulnerable stakeholders.
Health specialist at UNICEF, Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Tremantin Amoa, is urging parents and caregivers to be vigilant in protecting children from lead exposure. He says lead poisoning can have devastating and lifelong effects on children's health and development.
Parents, there's a lot of work parents need to do. We have shown some of the sources, like don't let your children play around car batteries, and then also let's talk to children not to be peeling paints. You know, when the walls are painted, sometimes the paint will be flaking or will be removing, and children may go around playing around the wall and then putting these paints in their mouth. Let children not do that.
The EPA and UNICEF are urging stronger collaboration among regulators, manufacturers, importers, and the public to reduce children's exposure to lead and other hazardous chemicals. They are also encouraging parents to be more cautious when purchasing toys and household products, while calling for stricter enforcement of product safety standards to safeguard children's health and development. Anita Adams' report, read to you.
Now to some wonderful news. At 61, chartered accountant Doris Enum Dohosu has defied the odds to experience motherhood for the first time through stem cell enhanced IVF treatment. After years of struggling with infertility, multiple fibroid surgeries, and medical conditions that significantly reduced her chances of conceiving, she recounts that the entire journey began 3 years ago, precisely April 2023. My colleague Mama Visefa Akote has more in the following report.
The quest to be a mother was the frustration of chartered accountant Doris Enum-Dosso, affectionately known as Mama Doris, after watching Dr. Davis Kofi-Addo of Mary Lucy Fertility Hospital. Instantly, she was inspired and booked a session with him. That was how the journey to motherhood started. After multiple fibroid surgeries and medical conditions, the assessment began. Speaking at the outdooring ceremony of the newborn baby, stem cell specialist and obstetrician gynecologist at Mary Lucy Hospital, Dr. Richard Asamoah explained how assessment was performed on the woman to get her miracle baby in regards to the risk factors that could be associated with her.
We look at your weight, what we call body mass index. We look at certain medical conditions, including hypertension and diabetes that the person may have. If they do, we have to make sure we optimally control these medical conditions before anything is done. We assess the kidney. Remember, if you are pregnant, the pregnancy puts a lot of pressure on the various organs that you have in your body, including the kidney, the liver, your blood cells, and then the blood flowing through your system. So we have to make sure we make all these systems are intact and they are functioning perfectly before we embark the journey with you. So we do thorough assessment. And once you get pregnant, we don't leave you there. We do thorough, even though this woman graciously we didn't admit her, we assigned specific IVF nurse. She was almost always going to her, checking on her, and we're seeing her frequently.
The new mother, practicing chartered accountant Doris Enum-Dosso, recounted the support her spiritual father gave her to go through this feat.
On this very day, I had cried I had prayed, and as I slept on my bed and I woke up, I tuned into UTV. And then something urged me on to keep on watching. And then I saw Dr. Davis being interviewed, and he was speaking about the stem cell enhanced IVF. So on the 5th of April 2023, I called him. And then he gave me an appointment on the 6th of April 2023. And that was how I started the journey with Mary Lucy, because I then, actually my late husband and I had attended or gone to other places where I was told that because of my age, it cannot be dancing. And today, here we are with Nadromo. For you guys that do not believe, and you know what God did? He gave me Nadromo on the 2nd of July. And I am 7th July. And so it's a memorable package. And indeed, today I'm 62 years.
As advances in fertility treatment continue to expand the boundaries of reproductive medicine, specialists say stories like Mama Doris's underscore the importance of early diagnosis, timely intervention, and access to specialized fertility care for couples struggling to conceive. Mama Visefa Kote's report for Joy News.
Congratulations to the latest mother in town. Now, away from that, efforts to inspire the next generation of engineers are gaining momentum in the central region as Cape Coast Technical University has launched the Young Engineers Program to promote innovation and increase female participation in engineering. 10 girls have received scholarships to take part in the initiative's 10-day training program. There's more in the following report.
40 junior and senior high school graduates are participating in the maiden edition of the Young Engineers Program, an initiative spearheaded by the School of Engineering at the Cape Coast Technical University. The Dean of the School of Engineering, Engineer Professor Eric Arre, said the program is aimed at cultivating students' interest in engineering from an early stage and inspiring more young people to pursue careers in the field.
We've realized that career counseling starts far too late in the lives of young people in Ghana. Based on this, we have seen that we need to design a program where we begin to counsel the people or the student from the early stages, so that even right from junior high school, they know clearly what their potentials are, which areas they can explore, and that will inform what programs they can pursue at the senior high school level. And this is the reason why the School of Engineering, Cape Coast Technical University, designed the Young Engineers Program. Initially, we wanted to let them select a particular area of engineering, but we realized that at that early stage, it is difficult to tell where their potential is. So we are exposing them to all the various disciplines so that they can find themselves in terms of engineering.
The acting Pro-Vice Chancellor of the Cape Coast Technical University, Professor Emmanuel Kwao, noted that a strong academic foundation is essential for success in STEM education.
STEM programs are not difficult. I think the issue has to do with the fact that math, they say math, you need math, and math is difficult. Math is the easiest subject on earth. It just has to do with the application of the basic principles. So if you have the basics, you can do everything in math. For STEM program, you just need the basics. So you want to build the basics of the student. That's why you're starting from the JSS. So you build their basis so that they can build up on it. So for a STEM program, if the student or the learner has the basis, it will be easy for them. So at CCTU, you want to build the basis of the student at the junior secondary school level, through secondary school to over here.
The director of the Engineering Design and Innovation Center at the Cape Coast Technical University, Engineer Professor Kwame Ananifenin, stressed that one of the program's key objectives is to encourage more girls to pursue engineering to increase female representation in the profession.
Very important thing is the girl child. So we have actual sponsorship for about 10 girls from the community who we want them to come for free, so that the number of engineering, it's very low in engineering, the number of girls in engineering. So that's one of the goals as well.
From Cape Coast, Abigail Lisol Nkrumah reports for Joy News.
Let's stay a bit longer in the central region because the Cape Coast South constituency has joined the growing list of beneficiaries of the government flagship Nkoko Eketenkete initiative, with the program expected to boost poultry production, strengthen local livelihoods, and improve household incomes. There's more in the following report.
The second distribution of 4-week-old poultry birds under the government's Nkoko Eketenkete initiative has benefited farmers and individuals in the Cape Coast South constituency. According to the Cape Coast Metropolitan Chief Executive, George Justice Arthur, the constituency is among the last 4 in the central region to receive its allocation under the program.
I am particularly encouraged by the progress achieved so far under the initiative. We have been informed that Cape Coast South constituency is one of the last 4 constituencies in the central region to receive their poultry birds and other essential inputs under the Nkoko Eketenkete initiative.
He said the distribution marks government's commitment to supporting local livelihoods through poultry production.
I am happy that finally the people of Cape Coast South constituency have also received their birds. Following today's program, distribution of 4-week-old white layers and brown cockerels to beneficiaries will commence. This clearly demonstrates the government's commitment to strengthening the poultry value chain and supporting local livelihoods.
The Cape Coast Metropolitan Director of Agriculture, Olympia Williams, urged beneficiaries to approach poultry farming with dedication, consistency, and good management practices to ensure the success of the initiative.
To our cherished farmers and beneficiaries, I encourage you to take this opportunity seriously. Treat your poultry enterprise as a business. Pay attention to detail. Follow the advice of extension officers and do not hesitate to seek help when challenges arise. Remember, poultry farming requires commitment, consistency, and proper care. Let me also highlight the importance of biosecurity. Disease outbreaks can quickly wipe out an entire flock if proper measures are not taken.
From Cape Coast, Abigail Lissal Nkrumah reports for Joy News.
It's time for business updates on the AM show with Samuel Kojo Breeze.
Well, some business updates now by starting with the currency market. Senior finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amoah, is calling on the Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Association of Banks to work closely to curb the rising cases of digital fraud and card-related disputes reported by customers. Speaking to Joy Business, Dr. Amwa said the surge in digital transactions has come with new vulnerabilities that banks cannot address in silos.
The only issue is that it is a regulator who is coming in to deal with the issue. Why is it that the banks are not able to deal with the issue at the bank level? One would have expected that if the issues are coming up at the bank level, the regulator should be the last resort. And so if you are seeing numbers increasing year on year as part of the complaint management process at the regulators level, then it means that the banks are not getting it right in terms of resolving the issues, hence the regulator must come in. And so the regulator, together with the Association of Banks and the banks, will have to sit down to find a way of getting a quicker solution at the bank level so that we can have a reduction in many of the issues that get the regulator's attention in resolving the issues which could have been resolved at the bank level.
Banking professionals in Ghana are being encouraged to continuously upgrade their skills as the financial services industry undergoes rapid transformation driven by technology, regulation, and changing customer expectations. Assistant Manager at Deloitte Assurance, Erica Duafa, says the 2026 Banking Bootcamp has been designed to prepare banking professionals with the practical knowledge and skills needed to navigate the evolving financial landscape.
So the Deloitte Banking Bootcamp, it's actually one of the flagship programs that we organize for financial institutions, mainly banks in Ghana. And this bootcamp is designed to, bring all the industry experts on board, the regulators, everyone, those that matter in the financial services industry, where we bridge the gap between theory and the real-world financial risks, regulatory and fraud practices. What this bootcamp has been, some of the challenges that this bootcamp has been designed to address is that there are a lot of regulatory changes that are coming up. There are also a lot of technological advancements in the financial industry space. There's also a lot of risks and fraud threats that are happening. And so this bootcamp has been designed to be able to address some of these challenges, including also scrutiny on financial reporting audits and many more. We're looking at the fallout from the 2025 audit cycle. We're also going to have a breakout session where we are going to look at financial reporting and taxation. So this session will capture the latest trends in financial reporting, such as the emergence of the new standard IFRS 18, and then other standards that will be treated.
Well, that does it for the business update. Nicholas Yamwa will wrap up the news for you.
Okay.
BBC looking Nicholas Yamwa. But you know what? The AM show is sponsored by Shell Silicon Paint from Azar Group, Syntex Pipes, and Time About Mixture. Now, the World Cup fever is on and everyone is getting excited. Well, are we all getting it? Well, okay, I've lost my team, but Compi Ghana says the match shouldn't just be on the pitch. You can bring stadium experience at home. This is the time to buy your crystal clear TVs, soundbars, home theaters, smartphones, laptops, projectors, and more at unbeatable prices. Remember, this isn't just a discount sale. It's a chance to win a 100-inch 4K smart TV, cash, laptops, phones, and many other amazing prizes. You spend 1,000 cedis or more this time. So what do you have to do? Rush to any Compi Ghana showroom or shop online at compigana.com or call 0302-75-2020, 0302-75-2020, or WhatsApp 0243-14-3143. Compi Ghana Gold Rush Season, the ultimate football experience. Okay, let's still stay on football because football's biggest tournament, the World Cup, is on, and there's no better way to back your team than on Betano. Sign up today on Betano and claim a welcome bonus of up to 2,000 cedis on your first deposit to enjoy the World Cup. Simply create your Betano account, verify your details, make your first deposit, and make we bet. Remember, 18 plus only, and terms and conditions apply. Now, gamble responsibly. This has been vetted by and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Yeah, Nick?
Yeah. I also have good news for our viewers. Own your dream property in one of Tema's fastest growing prime locations today. At Nesta's Home, we offer beautifully designed studio, 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom luxury homes crafted for modern living, comfort, and long-term value. Now strategically located at Tema Community 26, just behind the Palace Mall, our gated community gives you a serene and secure environment, easy access to major roads and key business areas, close proximity to schools, hospitals, malls, and essential social amenities. Now reserve your unit today with just a 10% deposit and enjoy flexible payment plans and mortgage options. Call us now on 053 101 4440 or 053 101 4447 to book a viewing or visit us at www.nestes.com.gh. Now, this July, Ghana will host global energy leaders and experts at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference 2026 on the theme Building a Resilient Downstream Policy, Innovation and Investment for Growth. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of Ghana, will be the distinguished guest of honor. The speakers include Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo, who is the Minister for Energy and Green Transition, Mr. Godwin Eduji Tamaklo, who is the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Dr. Patrick Ofori, who is also the CEO of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, and Dr. Reverson Opon, who is also the CEO of Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. Now, the date is July 16th to 17th, 2026, and it's 8 a.m. each day. And the venue is also the Palms Convention Center at the La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. The event will be climaxed with the Downstream Awards and Gala Night happening on July 18 at 6 p.m. at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel. Now, let me tell you how to register. Log on to www.ghipcon.com or call us on 055 822 3678. Well, and that's it for the AM News and also the AM Business right here on the AM Show. I am Nicholas Eko Yamwa, and I've been doing this with the Ahanta Pele himself.
Samuel Kojo Brace. Well,
up next is sports with Haruna Mubarak.
Sports on the AM show, my name is Haruna Mubarak. Now, the Ghana Football Association has issued a legal warning to Biscout Media over allegations involving a possible Black Stars call-up for Montreal striker Prince Owusu. The GFA says claims made in the video published by the media outlet are false and without any factual basis. The video alleged that GFA officials demanded 70% of Prince Owusu's earnings in exchange for securing him a place in the Black Star squad. It further claimed that after the player's family rejected the proposal, a 50-50 arrangement was suggested but later abandoned. The GFA has denied the allegations, insisting that no official has ever demanded or negotiated any share of the player's earnings. It says the publication has damaged the association's reputation by creating a false impression of corruption among its officials. Now, elsewhere, former Black Stars midfielder Lai Kingston is calling for the Ghana Football Association to commit a long-term project with the next Black Stars coach. Carlos Queiroz appears to have brought his time in charge to an end after posting a farewell message on social media following Ghana's round of 32 exit to Colombia at the World Cup. Should the opportunity arise, Lai says he's ready to take over the job.
For me now, we need to look at long-term projects now. So long-term, at least 5 years. We shouldn't think about getting the coach in and the coach comes in and then you have to win something now. We need to be patient. Have a 5 years project. Next World Cup is what? 4 years to come, right?
AFCON is also coming.
AFCON is coming, but even the AFCON, we shouldn't be thinking about going to win the AFCON now because we have to be very honest. We don't have a team at the moment. We don't have a team at the moment. So we need to hire a coach and give him long-term, at least 5 years, and use him as a project. The coach should build a team for us. And we should make sure we have a team before there is a competition. We shouldn't wait last minute and then we'll be calling players to come in, or players that will play qualification or work hard last minute, then they will be throwing them away and then bringing players in. You can't build a team like that. You won't have any consistency.
If the FA were to ask for interested candidates to apply for the job, would I submit the application letter?
I have a job now, and I'm happy with my job. For now, I'm happy with my job. I'm happy.
But if they call you, will you walk away from Uganda and come and take the job?
I'm a Ghanaian.
Coaching you.
I'm a Ghanaian, and I would love to. I would love to hear that call ringing. I would love to do that. Because there is no joy in you doing something to help your country, of course.
Now, Egypt bottled a 2-goal lead as Messi inspired Argentina to a 3-2 victory over the Pharaohs as they qualified to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. Switzerland, they also defeated Colombia on penalties. Highlights for you.
Broken the deadlock. Wow, what a start to the match. What a header. Yasser Ibrahim. And here comes Tagliafico, challenged, and Argentina have got a route back into the game immediately. No, he can't, not yet anyway. He's denied by Mustafa Shubir. Nahuel Molina, that's a decent looking ball, and a point blank save. The ball is at Messi's feet, and it was very nearly in Egypt's net. Here comes Tagliafico, trying to tee it up for Alvarez. What a sensational save! Again by Mustafa Shubir. Here comes Salah, sending it forward. It's Zico! It's 2-0! Final decision is gone for third free kick. Alarm bells ringing for Argentina! 2-0! This time it's going to stand. Mustafa Zico. Messi looking to start to turn it in their favour, and they are back in the game. Argentina right back in it. Christian Romero. Lautaro sends it across. It's swept in, and of course it's Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi saves the day for Argentina. Racing back as fast as they can. Oh my word! I've seen it all now. Enzo Fernandez for Argentina. It's been epic in Atlanta. Heartbreaking for Egypt. They were outstanding. It's finished.
26 is Switzerland against Colombia, vacuumed by Granit Xhaka, but Colombia are full of invention here. It comes back Sarina again! Saved by Vargas. Taking on Puerta. Xhaka trying to make amends for the earlier mistake. Diaz. Xhaka under pressure. Suarez! We are going to extra time in Vancouver. Quintero. Header off the crossbar. Lukumi. Capaz. Well, the keeper looked uncertain there. Vindoy. Eaton. Trying to tee it up. This is Granit Xhaka. Munoz into Steelan. Campas. This could be it. He's going to go down to a penalty shootout. It's advantage Colombia. Davison Sanchez hits the crossbar. How cool is that? And he scores here. Kojo Hernandez, and it's saved! Gregor Kubel! Eaton straight down the middle and scores! Diaz scores! It's all over! Switzerland are going to the quarter-final of the World Cup, and they've got a date with Lionel.
Just 8 teams are still in the competition. 40 have been eliminated. So as you can see, France, they come up against Morocco. No match today. This particular fixture will come off tomorrow. We've got Spain as well, who are hoping to win the title for the first time since 2010. They come up against Belgium. Norway will take on the 3 Lions of England, who are hoping to win their first World Cup title since 1966. And of course, Argentina, they will come up against Switzerland as they hope to win the title back-to-back. Well, to our next story now, Russia, they have moved closer to having a full representation of their athletes at the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games. This is because the International Olympic Committee has provisionally lifted the suspension of the Russian Olympic Committee and advised Olympic sports bodies to end a 3-year program where Russian athletes had to be vetted for permission to compete. Sky Sports has more.
This means that Russian athletes could be competing at the next Olympic Games at Los Angeles 2028. Now, people listening, watching here might go, well, Russian athletes have been competing in the Olympics. Yes, they have been as neutrals at both Paris 2024 and the recent Winter Olympics as well in Italy. There were Russians who were allowed to compete. They were vetted through a vetting process and then allowed to compete as neutrals. What today's decision by the IOC, they're taking that vetted decision away. The international sporting federations, whether it be athletics, swimming, even football, because football is an Olympic sport as well. They don't have to do this anymore. So it is paving the way. However, Bella, what the IOC has not gone as far as to say is, well, that doesn't mean we're just going to let them back in to the Olympic Games. They're reserving a decision on whether they'll allow any Russian athletes to compete as a Russian team. So that prospect, say the opening ceremony Olympic Games, when all the athletes come out with the flags, Russians waving the Russian flag, singing the Russian national anthem if they win a medal, all in their Russian kit and their logos. They have refrained from making a decision there on that quite pointedly. One of the reasons why they've allowed the Russian Olympic Committee sort of back into the fray is because there are 4 disputed territories in Ukraine that were annexed by Russia. No longer does the Russian Olympic Committee say they have any jurisdiction over it. This is the legalese over it, plus the direction of travel. Why am I talking about direction of travel? At the Paralympics early this year, Russian athletes were allowed to compete under the Russian flag. A couple of fairly major Olympic sports have allowed Russian athletes to compete at their international competitions, aquatic swimming, gymnastics as well. And even though this ban's been in place since 2023, effectively since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there has been this direction of travel where Russian athletes were going to be introduced. It's happening slowly. this is just another step on that journey. But the IOC will be keen to point out, yes, we're lifting the suspension, but we're not saying yet whether they come to Olympics as a Russian team.
What is the reaction likely to be?
Right, let's start off with Russia, because they were quick off the mark. Thumbs up from them. Quelle surprise. What a surprise on that one. From the IOC themselves, their president, Kirsty Coventry, her defense of this is they're saying they stand shoulder to shoulder in solidarity with Ukraine, and that they do not tolerate war. They're behind Ukraine on that front. But the argument they're making is that athletes should not be punished by the actions of their government. Now, the problem with that is, yes, you can have a point of view either side. That's the way the IOC are going, and some people will say, yes, that's fair, you don't want to punish the athletes. But others will be saying the athletes in Russia are used by the Russian state. They've been used as a propaganda machine for quite a while. So don't fall into that trap that maybe they will say that Kirsty Coventry and the IOC have done. In terms of Ukraine, I've been trawling. I've been in touch with the Ukrainian National Olympic Committee quite a while this year about a number of other stories. I've messaged them. I've had nothing back yet. It's I expect they knew this was going to happen, and deep down I'd say they are absolutely fuming.
And that's how we wrap up the sports segment on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak. Have a good morning.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, wabadim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park. Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park. Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleoma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex Kakalika Plaza. Also find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following number: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
Cadbury hot chocolate. Crafted from cocoa, milk, and sugar. Creamy, chocolatey, frothy goodness, rich taste, so satisfying.
Cadbury goodness, the treats you deserve every day.
Hello, my name is Pamela from customer service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, wabadim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
Ecobank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Hey, Abna, you are going to leave again? Yep, very much needed one so I could get to relax. Well, every time you go on leave, you go on vacation. Yeah? Last 2 years it was Dubai. Even last month you went to Mexico. This time, where are you going to? Tell me. This time I'm going to Guangzhou, China. I see. How do you do it, Abuna? Because every time I try, I get scammed. I use Wakanow. They can get you the cheapest flight deals. They assist you with your visas, your hotels. They have well-created packages for everyone, and then you can pay small. You can call them on 024-243-5515, or you can visit their website at Wakanow.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park. Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park. Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
It doesn't take much to make a difference. Sometimes it begins right where you live. Care is not always loud. It lives in the simple things we do when no one is watching.
Good conduct begins with you and I, right here in our neighborhood.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie.
Tastes great.
More Kivo inside. Kivo Gari Soaking Mix, a taste of Ghana.
The city had one of its most dramatic years in recent memory. It opened 2025 at 14 cities, 70 pesos to the dollar. By February, it had weakened slightly to 15 cities, 50 pesos. It stayed there until April, one of the longest periods of stability in more than a decade. Then came the surprise. Between April and May, the city shot up. It strengthened from 15 cities, 50 pesos to 10 cities, 30 pesos in just 5 weeks. From May through July and into early August, it held steady between 10 cities 30 pesos and 10 cities 50 pesos. But by mid-August, the tide turned. In only 3 weeks, it slipped to 12 cedis. That has made it one of the worst performing currencies in the third quarter of 2025. External conditions have not changed much. In fact, they remain in Ghana's favor. Gold prices are at a record high. The United States dollar is still subdued, and the Federal Reserve is expected to cut interest rates soon. Normally, these will support the cedi. The pressure instead is domestic. Remittances are one of Ghana's most reliable sources of dollars, but this year they slowed. Here's why. In April, sending $1,000 got you about 15,000 cedis, enough to buy around 150 bags of cement. By May, the same $1,000 fetched just 10,000 cedis, barely enough for 100 bags. With the money suddenly buying less in Ghana, many senders held back. They bet the cedi would weaken again. If it did, their transfers would convert into more cedis. This pause in inflows removed a steady cushion for dollars, and it came just as import demand was rising. The structure of Ghana's economy has not changed. Dollars still come mainly from gold, cocoa, oil, and remittances. So when remittances pause, the impact is felt. Imports have also surged. Traders rushed to take advantage of the stronger cedi. They stocked up ahead of the festive season. This added even more pressure on the currency. At the same time, there are signs the Bank of Ghana has cut back dollar supply. Why scale back? The reasons are not fully clear, but there are strong hints. Earlier this year, the IMF warned that the bank was intervening too heavily. It interjected about $1.4 billion in the first quarter alone. In response, the bank pledged to introduce a new framework for interventions. That is due by the end of September. This recent slowdown may be a trial run. Another factor is the gap between the interbank rate and the forex bureaus. While banks traded the cedi at 10 cedis 30 pesos to the dollar, bureaus were trading at 11 or even 12 cedis, allowing some depreciation on the official side. Maybe the bank's way of closing that gap. The wide difference was distorting the market. Meanwhile, the bank is also tightening foreign currency rules and demanding stricter paperwork before importers can access forex. For now, with gold prices about $3,500 per ounce and foreign reserves above $11 billion, the bank still has the firepower to steady the market. But heavy intervention is never a lasting solution unless gold prices stay high for a very long time or the structure of the economy changes. This same debate over the cedi will keep coming back.
Hot chocolate, crafted from cocoa, milk, and sugar. Creamy, chocolatey, frothy goodness, rich taste, so satisfying.
Cadbury goodness, the treats you deserve every day.
Prayer invites God. Prayer is an invitation, and it's a divine summons that summonses God to step in the affairs of men.
What this conference has done for me is indescribable.
Now let the angels who excel in strength, who do his command, who hearken to the voice of his word, let them go to war and to work on my behalf. I say so. I am the Redeemer of the Lord.
And at the end, he said, you will testify. And I felt something shift.
I went back home and I couldn't sleep. It was like the prayer was locked up in my spirit.
Prayer is a weapon of enforcement. Enforcing what has been done. Praying about the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. That is not unbelief. That is enforcing the word. enforcing the will of God, superimposing the will of God over the forces of evil.
Everywhere the summit is, I will be there.
It doesn't matter what, prayer still works. Put your hands together, shout yes.
Through every stage of life,
let's go.
Some things simply stay with us. The spirit of never giving up. A throwback to a bygone era. Love was service. The silent statement of love. A forceful gesture that deepens bonds, balancing work and life. Every drop refreshes, every sip hydrates, just as it should. I am awake, one for life. Drink water, drink awake. Supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advent.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber?
For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala.
Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
For the American defense to deal with, and Samoa has scored! A wonderful volley!
The stadium is live! The fans are roaring and the excitement has officially kicked off. It's goal rush season at Ghana. This World Cup season, the match isn't just on the pitch, it's happening right in your home. Build your home stadium with world-class cinematic TVs, powerful sound bars, and home theaters, high-power speakers, laptops, tablets, and projectors for the ultimate streaming. Compute Ghana is delivering unbeatable deals, not just discounts, but a chance to win 100-inch 4K smart TVs, mobile phones, laptops, and many more. Just purchase items 1,000 Ghana cedis and above and automatically enter the raffle draw. Shop online at computeghana.com. Call on 0302-752020. Go Rush season, the ultimate football experience, only at Compute Ghana.
I didn't think it would happen to me, but it happened to me.
Ghana's digital economy is booming. Millions of transactions, billions of cities, a future powered by technology. But beneath the convenience lies a growing threat.
Now it's becoming more towards digital fraud.
If we place convenience excessively over security, we run the risk of breaking down the number one currency that we have in that ecosystem, and that is trust.
The Digital Economy Forum is a thought leadership series examining the opportunities, risks, and choices shaping Ghana's economic future. In our maiden edition, we tackle a critical issue, the trust crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy.
We need to have a 360-degree solution.
Join Head of FinTech and Innovation at the Bank of Ghana, Elhanan Oreku-Asare, Economics Professor Godfred Bokpin, CEO of Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewua, Executive Chairman of E-Crime Bureau, Dr. Albert Enchibuesiako, Chief Risk and Compliance Officer at Mobile Money FinTech Limited, Godwin Tamaklo, Deputy Director General in charge of Technical Operations at the Cybersecurity Authority, Stephen Kojo Seshi, and Head of Internal Affairs at Haptel, Ebenezer Bofor. The Digital Economy Forum, the Trust Crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy. Brought to you in partnership with Haptel. It's happening on Wednesday, July 22nd at 8 p.m. live on Joy News, Joy FM, and across our social media platforms.
Through every stage of life,
Let's go.
some things simply stay with us. The spirit of never giving up. A throwback to a bygone era. Love was service. The silent statement of love. A forceful gesture that deepens bonds, balancing work and life. Every drop refreshes, every sip hydrates, just as it should. I am awake, one for life. Drink water, drink awake. Supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert
So,
is
this trust agent will leave. Oh no, not again.
Say, relax. The generator will come on now.
The generator is not working.
Why stress yourself when the experts are just one tap away? Introducing Left Power, the smart emergency support app from Left Signature Limited. With Left Power, certified engineers respond fast, anytime, anywhere. No delays, no stories.
Hello, sir. This is Left Signature Limited. The request has been received and our engineers are already on their way. Please relax. We've got you covered.
This is professional. Every Left expert is certified, verified, and can be tracked in real time. Oh, you'll know they're coming before they even arrive. From electrical engineering and solar power systems to data center management, cloud services, smart automation, and software development, Left Signature delivers excellence, fast, reliable, and professional. Left Power.
Your solution is just one tap away.
Available on Play Store and App Store.
This July, Ghana will host global downstream energy leaders, innovators, and experts at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference, GIPCON 2026, to collaborate, exchange insights, and develop strategies and groundbreaking innovations through strategic dialogues. The event, held under the auspices of the Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Honorable Dr. John Abdullahi Junapo, is on the theme, Building a Resilient Downstream, Policy, Innovation, and Investment for Growth. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, is our distinguished guest of honor. Speakers for the event are Mr. Godwin Kojo Tamaklo, Esquire, Chief Executive of NPA, Dr. Patrick Ofori, Chief Executive of Seaboard, Dr. Riverson Opon, Chief Executive of Comac, alongside other key captains of industry. Join us from the 16th to the 17th of July 2026 from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day at the Palms Convention Center, La Palm Royal Beach, Accra. We can't wait to host you.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
This voice speaks a lot of volume to me personally, because I feel like my forefather or my own father was killed here, and it's like a child who didn't meet his father, but you come and you hear that this is where your father was slaughtered, in a sense, or your father was killed. So anytime we come here, we feel like this is the home of our ancestors. Here was the center where the plot to capture Otumfuo was initiated, and here was the center where he was captured.
Right, welcome to the AM show here on the Joy News Channel. Time for us to get into the Matters Arising segment. There are several issues for us to discuss here, but first, Emefa Adeti joins with what the papers are reporting this morning. Hi.
Okay, just quite a busy front page this morning. A lot of the papers reporting. There's so much happening in Ghana. Let's start with the Daily Gist.
Can I ask a question?
No, you cannot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're supposed to be asking your panelists questions.
Oh, just I have where do you get your hair from?
Oh, that's a good question to ask. That's a nice patronage I can indulge. Okay. That's good. So it's from Hares a la Mode.
Okay.
Hares a la Mode, located on the stretch of East Legon Hills. They have wide variety. You can pick and choose. You can buy one for your wife like you do all the time. I think your wife really loves you for that.
So on the stretch of what?
East Legon Hills,
Hills.
Right at Nana Junction, just close to Melcom.
Okay.
Mention my name for a discount.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if I go there, I can.
Just say Emefa.
I only do. I call them and then they bring it to me. I didn't
Actually, yeah, it can be delivered, but just say my name, whichever way, via email, text, call, whichever way. Just say my name. Okay. You'll have some good discounts.
So, guys, please, if you need to buy, you now know where you have to. Okay.
That's a good question to ask. I ask Papa.
But combination is too much.
In the one, with the two phone boko.
What? Look at that. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Kojo. Kojo likes to butter me up, really. Okay, the Daily Gist this morning. Kojo Safo. Children reject a conference. Christo Asafo headship. Story is on page 3. Kojo, I don't know. Have you got anything to say about this particular story? You have cited a purported will.
Exactly. Okay. How in the will it says
wedding.
It says the male child. So the leaders of the church can only fall on male children.
Okay.
And male children.
We'll discuss that when the family have settled their matter. Why it is only a man that can lead. Yeah. Don't worry, we'll discuss it.
It says male children of the male children can lead.
Okay.
Now, and then it goes ahead to say that male children of the daughter of the male child cannot lead.
You need to draw it. You need to do a triangle to understand what the will is saying.
Male children can lead. Daughters cannot lead. Male children of the male children can lead.
But male children of the
daughter of the male children cannot lead.
Sure, I see what they mean.
Yeah.
But
so it means that as soon as daughter comes in, that line is cut off.
It's cut off.
Whether you give birth to a male in them, it doesn't happen.
Now, what if it's the daughter that carries the anointing?
Well, there are several issues about this particular inheritance.
Yeah.
Several. Yesterday, I had lawyer Kwame Akufo, also come out to challenge the authenticity of that particular will. Okay. You know how when it comes to wills, it can be protracted because of the challenges as to whether this is authentic or what. So we should expect some very, very long battle.
We have popcorn and we have juice. We're ready for it. Well, the CID invites TikToker for claiming Mahama buried 32 live cows for power. Just a casual reading of the story suggests that this woman is a TikToker and publicly said that President Mahama buried about 32 live cows to secure power. Now, the controversy with the story is that there is a pastor. You can grab that and find the name of the pastor.
So actually, I was going to say that, but then he won't be alone. The lady won't be alone because I've seen
so questions are being people asking the question why he, the pastor, has not been invited as well.
Exactly,
and just the TikToker.
So this one says TikToker Camilla Al Hassan.
I think the second paragraph will tell us where.
According to Camilla, the invitation is linked to claims she publicly made alleging that President Mahama had buried blah blah blah. She did not provide evidence. A pastor of Jesus Power Eagle Kingdom Ministry International, aka Kingdom Palace, first dropped the bombshell alleging that he sacrificed 32 cows to secure victory for the NDC in election 2024. No invitation has been extended to the pastor of the church, Emperor Bishop Bediako. He's the one I saw in the video I was talking about.
Right, so that's the controversy, the why this person and not. Another thing, we don't know whether it is the same 32 cows or this is a different 32 cows, and the pastor also buried another 32 cows. We're not too sure. But let's just put it out there that it's an invitation, it's not an arrest and all of that. The police must start from somewhere. it doesn't necessarily who is called first and all of that. They decide to want to peel back, it must be allowed. But anyway, that's the story is in the Daily just this morning. EC staff bare teeth at chairperson. Interesting. So staff of Electoral Commission have petitioned that the chairperson be removed. Why? Because they cite governance structure disruption. One, they also say that she takes unilateral decisions, which doesn't
haven't
really
you seen this script at play before?
I'm just a child. Who am I? Because I'm just a child. And again, so that's a story you must follow keenly.
Okay.
Auditor General uncovers 42.6 million rot at MMDAs. If you read it as well, it says that it's because of irregularities, and irregularities can cover a wide spectrum of challenges. But this is for the 2024 report that's published for 2025 for MMDAs. Well, government officials indicted in Australia drug scandal. That's it. It's on your desk this morning, right?
Yes.
You're discussing it. Okay, let's do quickly. The Accra Times, University of Business and Integrated Development Studies will rise and shine. Alban Bagbin, who was a speaker there, has been speaking and saying that the school will rise again. Story is on page 2. Afoko is NPP's best bet for 2028. Former minister declares. Could you want to look at who is that former minister? And I'll take you to
so this is page 2.
Right, what you look for that. The new finder.
It says that, former Upper East Minister Honorable Hassan Samari has thrown his support
is the best.
behind,
Okay. Well, the new finder as well, Ghana secures 21 million EU grants for Temang-Pagadan Rail. I know that, Kojo, you're very particular about these rail story. Story is in the new finder. You can grab it. Accra waste crisis deepens as Bon landfill nears closure. Yes, Bon landfill nears closure, but I think it's a much bigger problem. The landfill that has challenges not just Bon. Other landfills are near closure. In fact, the landfills that we have in Ghana at the time that they were at the time that we had it could serve, but now could not serve the entire population. And the minister in charge of local government has said it, that it's a real challenge.
But last week when I spoke to Clemens Jatto, he came across as someone who could probably help in that regard. I don't know why they are not.
When you spoke to who?
Clemens Jatto. Remember him? He's the guy in charge of state lands.
Oh yeah, state stew lands or something. Yeah.
He gave some suggestions as to how we can create within some distance apart of each other. I think he has to be called to look at what can he do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think at this stage we need
all hands on deck.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Q1 revenue falls to 57.5 billion. I think the projected revenue was about 59 and a little over, but it dropped to 57. The GRA has been providing the daily graphic as well. Now, against xenophobic attacks, Ghana takes tough stance, declines South African president visits. You know that story, we brought it to you yesterday.
It's also on the table.
It's on the table today. Would you go to South Africa? For pleasure, business.
We'll stay here.
You stay here.
Yeah.
Okay, you're a hunter.
But come on. Let's see.
The government unveils renewable energy plan. Stories on page 13. Goldfields Foundation, World Vision provide water for Damang community. Now this story brings me a lot of joy that a woman, Nicholas brought you that story, the AM update, AM news update. A woman, 61, gives birth in Accra.
I was going to say that's my story of the day.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
And she says she's going to be 62 this year.
Oh, I mean, if you want to see a miracle, somebody always tells me that if you want to see the miracles of God, just look at a woman who's pregnant and has delivered. And for this one, a much deeper miracle. 61.
Yeah.
Oh, God bless her.
She's retired,
Yeah, of course, but Pegana laws. So that'll be a pension baby. Oh, that child will be pampered, though. The insight, Kojo, quickly. Olonka thievery. Kojo, as somebody who likes to shop ingredients in the market, it is near truth that Seritazu no Sholon Kamwa. I would have question I say because Ibiana Bubon Tumagun was asking and so I mean the Ghana Statistical Survey exposes market women means that you must be quite vigilant.
But this is a recent development.
Listen, I'll tell you something that existed years ago.
No, but when I was selling in the market, we didn't do this.
About anything.
When I was
it's just you. Of course, the survey is not suggesting everybody. We're talking about the greater number.
I didn't see a lot of people do this.
You didn't see?
Yes.
Only in a hunter.
Maybe a hunter, a Grand Quanta market. We're very genuine people.
Okay. Well, okay, that will be all for the newspapers. But of course, what's the news with MajorOnline.com? Suffolk and Tankan's will does not name a church leader, says Kwame Akufo. We're in for a long ride on this. Yeah. Council of State advises against passage of dual citizenship amendment bill. Kojo, I think if you have time, you're going to be discussing that one as well. Hanan granted bail as AG moves to block UK medical trip over frozen funds. This and more on MajorOnline.com, Kojo.
All right. Thank you very much.
Anytime.
Okay. All right. Let's get into the issues now. But just before we bring in our guests, let's tell you how the weather is going to be today. Watch this. All right, now joining us for the discussions this morning, sustainability consultant and lecturer at Unimark, Dr. Akufo-Addo, my former floor mate, University of Cape Coast, coming from Hall. Hi, good morning.
Oh, I know, right.
I hope all is well, Doc.
All is well, all is
great.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. Good to have you here again.
Good to have you too.
Okay. Board member of the VRA and National Executive Committee member of the NDC, running to be Deputy Communications Officer of the party, Victor Kuto Esquire, Wonder. Hey,
big man.
Wonder man. All good?
Yeah, very wonderful.
Now, a member of the MPP's Communications Directorate, Awal Mohammed, is here. Good morning, Awal.
Good morning.
A fireman. He's firing everyone. And on Zoom, we have political scientist at the University of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Asante. Good morning to you. Okay, I'm sure we'll be getting Doc to join us, but let's. Doc, good morning to you. Great. Okay.
Good morning to you, and good morning to my colleagues in the studio, of course. Good morning to Ghanaians.
All right. Let's start with government officials.
Before that, the weather. I am happy that now you've brought back this weather thing. Growing up in Kumasi, in the morning,
weather updates.
You tune into GBC, and of Ankoma, soft-speaking man will come and tell you, you get it. So he does. Everyone will listen to it. So that in the morning when you're going, you know that your levers are even on, you have to close all your levers and so on. Now, even on Garden City Radio, I don't think they do it. So now that you are bringing it back, I think it's good. We shouldn't be doing it only this time around. At least do it year round.
It means that the media are also reactionary, and because of the flood.
Yes. Relax. We used to do it.
Reactionary.
we used to do it.
Oh, really?
Okay, tell
credit you for that.
Tell corporate Ghana to come and sponsor the segment. Yeah, bring money.
No, it's part of your corporate social responsibility as well.
How long can we keep doing
it? It's just 2 minutes. It's not even up to a minute.
No problem. But corporate Ghana can also bring some money.
Most of them also have.
Okay, so VRA.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay, comments. We're going to spend just. I think I'll give you 2 minutes each on this one. The fight against transnational drug trafficking has taken a dramatic turn after preliminary investigations into the interception of a massive consignment of methamphetamine shipped to Australia allegedly implicated some government officials in what authorities suspect was an elaborate international drug smuggling syndicate. Minister for Interior Muntaka Mohamed Mubarak disclosed before Parliament's Assurances Committee on Tuesday, July 7, 2026, that ongoing investigations have uncovered evidence suggesting that, quote, some people within the system, unquote, may have collaborated with drug traffickers by manipulating security protocols at the ports and borders to facilitate the movement of narcotics. Well, about 2 minutes on this.
Yes, I think it's a piece of good news, but unfortunately not every Ghanaian will also be happy looking at the history of this government in the last 1 year, 6 months. You remember in February 2025, we saw the video. You even played all the video here with Japa going to a warehouse around Sapiman and said they have uncovered gold and some fake currencies. Dollars, CDs with all boxes and so on. We asked who the currencies belong to. We didn't hear anyone. They said it belongs to a certain Alhaji who is at large. As I speak, that has not really come up. We do not know the owner of that warehouse. We do not know who owns the boxes and so on. And that story had died out. I may blame the media, but you see, the government needs to also be transparent. That is one. Two is that for the first time in the history of this country, cocaine was arrested on the Cape Coast Takoradi Road. And this is the biggest consignment ever in the history of this country. In a tipper truck. And they mentioned a certain, the driver and the mate caught in that car, mentioned a certain parliamentary candidate for one of the constituencies in Takoradi, or in the Western region. As I speak, we have not heard anything about that story. So anytime there is a story like this, you hear that it belongs to a certain Alhaji, you hear that you hear some names, then you don't hear anything again. This thing, how did this Chaco move from Ghana, packed, and got to Australia without the coalition of big men? You know it is not possible. So when Muntaka mentioned, I was expecting him to even mention a name, but they declined to mention the name. You remember the narcotics control CEO, when he held a press conference to even announce that they are catching up on these people. He mentioned it's a lady in Ghana who is involved. The media asked what is her name. They would not mention the name.
Yeah, the clearing agent.
Yes. Now Muntaka is saying that it's a coalition between some big men in the NDC or in government that had been able to really push this thing to go. This doesn't augur well for this country. And again, the government is really trying to shield a lot of wrongdoers, especially in the last 1 year, 6 months. Look at even what Attorney General is doing. A number of nolle prosequi that he has filed in cases that the country is losing over 7 billion Ghana cedi. The state is not interested in all these things. So these are things that they will give us the updates, but I do not really trust these stories because these stories will die out. I may at least blame the media for not doing follow-ups in these things. But if they don't even give you the information, how do you do the follow-up?
Okay, all right, thank you. Before I come to you, Kojo, let me bring in Dr. Asante. Doc, what do you make of this particular development where our minister is telling us that several people within the system, some people within the system may have collaborated in this particular bust that was done in Australia?
Yeah, but obviously, if such substances are able to pass through the airports, then it tells you that there's somebody who either glossed over it or aided the process in whatever shape or form. So I think the security people have always been on high alert. They should look for these people and bring them to book so that we can free our society from drugs and free our children from the effect of drugs and all that. I listened to a very chilling story from the Minister for Interior, Muntaka, when you talk about the armed forces, the security recruitment. And one of the grounds for disqualifying...
No, we'll get there. It's a major issue we'll look at. We just want to look at this.
It ties into this so that people should shy away from drugs so that it doesn't jeopardize their future and all that. You are going to look for a job and you have to be dropped simply because of this. So it's just a teaser. We'll get there. So I think that I will support the security people to be able to root out these people from our society so that we can get a clean society that is out of this drug menace.
Okay, all right. Kojo.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we be giving regular updates on this? Like he's saying, we don't even need to ask for it. This is a major issue that affects the image of the country. Mustn't the ministry put in place measures to say we would regularly update Ghanaians on how this is going?
Thank you very much, Kojo. Good morning to you, Amal, my brother here, and our cherished viewers. I mean, the assurance by the minister is welcoming. Look, Ghana has an international obligation to combat against transnational organized crime and illicit drug trafficking. I mean, no two ways about that. But to say that names of individuals should be mentioned, I think that it's too early because of the presumption of innocence. Of course, an offense has been committed, no two ways about that. The fact that drugs have passed through our airport and all of that, an offense has been committed. But the public officials involved, I mean, you cannot just exactly because of the
Australia mentioned the name of the woman.
No, I'm talking about the public officials who might have aided. Yes, the public officials who might, because clearly there are people behind it, no two ways about it. You see, and of course, it's also a test case for our government to be able to fight corruption within. The fight against corruption must not be selective. The fight against corruption must not be selective. I mean, in the past, we've seen some before. I don't want to do politics this morning, but I think during the Akufo regime, we saw a member of parliament, an MPP member of parliament, caught in...
It was not shielded. He was punished.
Let me make my point. I'm saying that we've seen high-level personnel, including members of parliament of the MPP, engage in similar acts. So it is a test case for our government. This is a government that does not tolerate corruption. So it is a test case on how we deal with persons within. If any person is found culpable in this, must be dealt with. So no two ways about this. You understand? And the point has to be made clearly that Ghana must not become a safe corridor for the movement of drugs. And Doug rightly mentioned that the consequences of tolerating these drugs in our society is there. In fact, it can even prevent you in terms of job application and all of that. In some serious countries like the US, you even do drug tests and all of that. To even do some casual works, you need to undergo certain tests and security clearances. So I think that the assurance by the minister is welcoming, but more could be done. But for me, more importantly, is that it's a test case, because this is a government that we promise oral to fight corruption and all of that. So we cannot come to power and public officials will be shielded against such crimes. And not just about Ghana, we have the international obligation to combat these crimes. Thank you.
Okay. Kojo.
Yeah, so you see, I agree with my brother. It doesn't have to be, this has to be a test case. But we need to also understand that look, this issue of drugs and narcotics started way back even before independence. If you check history, around the 1920s, we started recording this kind of transit. So Kojo, it's not a mere coincidence that as far back as 1990, the PNDC law came into being to establish the Narcotic Control Board. That should tell you that a lot of things have been happening even prior to the adoption of the 1992 Constitution and the Fourth Republic. Okay, it's become something entrenched. It's becoming something entrenched in our transit management, or the coastline management especially. And so, if we don't take care, what will happen is that Ghana will be flagged as a transit point. And I think it's not it will be flagged, it's been flagged or probably have been flagged already, okay, as a transit point when it comes to this drug and trafficking. And it has serious implications on our role, our identity within the global systems, and for which we have to be very careful. And so, I agree with both my colleagues here. We need to really look deep into this. We've had scandals from different governments, the NDC, MPP, and it's something becoming like a norm, okay? And that tells you that things are well grounded. People, interest holders, and people are really on the ground manipulating things and ensuring that things continue to work in their favor. And you see, there's one interesting thing about this. When these drugs are being transited, intelligence indicates that some parcels or some goods are given to these cartels or these agents as a way of compensation or benefit that they get. So, and then the point is that where do they go eventually? They will creep into the system. That's where all the other issues, when it comes to drug abuse and all the things, those will come in. So I think as a country, we need to be very careful. It's both an issue of within the country, what it means for our people, for our young people, and also with our international image, what it means for us as a country, where every country will feel like whenever we are talking about drug trafficking, hey, go to Ghana, I'm sure Ghana is going to be a aspect. So I think we need to be very careful about that and make sure that the issues are well interrogated.
Okay. Lawyer, let me come to finally and then we can move on. If you look at it, so it says latest disclosures have intensified public concern about organized crime and corruption within the security architecture, particularly following a series of high-profile international drug seizures in which Ghana has featured either as a source or transit point. This happened I think 2 weeks ago, right? Isn't it time we are giving names to then serve as deterrent to other people so that Ghana will not take on it this kind of image?
Yes. Like I've said, yes, it's good to come out with the names, but you cannot say that somebody is guilty until proven same. You understand? It's a constitutional right, Article 19. Yeah. So, but these people have families and all of the people dependent on them. So before you take such step, all the legal procedures has to be exhausted. I'm speaking to you as a lawyer. You get a point. But that notwithstanding, like I indicated earlier, we have a responsibility as a nation to combat transnational organized crimes. Okay. No two ways about that. You understand? Okay. But in doing so, the constitutional rights of public officials must also be respected.
Okay. All right.
Kojo, I wanted to just go to Ghana Police Service, their Facebook page. They arrest people who are suspects and still publish their names. Again, this one, the individual involved. In Australia, they mention her name. Everywhere in the world, they arrest people.
A British actress, Emma Hudson, and an Australian couple.
So why will you say that because the person is a high-profile personality, his name must not be mentioned? When someone is alleged to have stolen an egg, Ghana police will put his picture and name on their Facebook page. Now you have arrested someone and you think that he is also linked to that. Mention him. Again, look at the cocaine one that I was talking about. 2 people were arrested, a truck driver and his mate, and they mentioned the person who gave them that consignment to carry it to Takoradi. That person has not been invited. That person's name has not been mentioned officially. It is even the media that came up and said that this is the name that they had mentioned.
The point we are making is if somebody is caught in the act, there's nothing wrong mentioning the person's name. But we are saying that for this magnitude of offense, there are people behind who facilitate these things. That's what we are talking about. So those public officials, those behind that you have not seen, caught red-handed, you cannot just mention somebody's name. They are top officials. You remember the kuli? We saw a police officer. We saw kuli. You remember that? But that person was behind. Even was the one taking the money.
Okay.
But, I think we need to be very interested in this report. Okay, because we've had several instances whereby these issues will come up. Names, we expect names to be mentioned, and eventually everything dies off. Okay, and these things, look, it has a wider implication on public perception when it comes to how our political actors manage issues like this. And so I think it's important.
But which is why I said that it's a test case for our government. If any public official within the government is culpable, the person has to be dealt with. This government that does not tolerate corruption.
All right, I hear. Thank you very much. Let's move on. And
I know he will mention that. Remember the Akosua.
Let's move on and talk about the 1,000 recruits into our security services testing positive for HIV. Let's bring you that video in which the minister is making these revelations, and then we'll bring in our guest.
Know why I was rejected. I don't know why, and they keep chasing. Know why I was rejected. I don't know why, and they keep chasing for you to do something about it. So were they actually told that because of this reason you are not going through, and then you better go and change your life or something? Thank you.
Well, we in fact, I remember he's here when we were discussing the argument. Let's send them the results. And then I remember, the recent recruitment, we had, I think, about 1,300 or so that were on HIV. And then they said, can you imagine sending somebody a results, telling the person that you have HIV? That's not the procedure. The person has to go through some orientation. So one of the things that we did was simply to say that when you get disqualified, you are given a contact to reach out if you are interested in knowing the details. Then when you call, then they assist you to let you know. Because interestingly, some of the things that we realize are treatable. So people need to know and then also get treatment so that subsequent recruitment they could join. So you need to know, it's of interest for every person that got disqualified to be interested in knowing what was the cause, so that at least you'll be able to, those that you can treat, hepatitis B, if you have cardiac issues, maybe you've had some major surgery, drug, mental, and all that. A lot of it, some of them I believe you would help you be able to get out of it, especially those who had mental issues. People may not even know that they are having mental issues, but these are things that are easily treatable. So we encourage everybody to try and reach out. Don't just say because you've been discovered, you are no longer interested. Be interested, because it may be something minor, it may be something major, whichever it is. If you get to know, it will be of great interest to them. But the reason why we didn't send the results directly was that we don't want the shock. Even based on the WHO guideline, there are certain ailments, you just don't throw it on the person's face that, oh, you have hepatitis B, you have HIV, you have that. So that was why we didn't send the results directly.
So that is the minister. Let me start with Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante on this, Doc. So you have listened to the minister. He says that these are the issues. Justified grounds enough for us to say no to people from joining security?
I think if there are the rules of engagement, why not? But it tells us that there's work that we need to do as a society.
Yeah.
Work that we need a continuous education about way of life for our youth, so that they'll be able to free themselves from this type of difficulties. Issue of mental health. We have neglected that in this country, and that's why we are paying dearly for this. We think it doesn't exist until some of these things stare at our faces right here. So it gives us an idea that we need to double our effort in this area if we want to fight that battle. On the issue of drug, there's also a figure for drugs, those who are disqualified based on abuse of substances. If you look at our youth today in secondary schools, in other places, it's becoming one too many. And it tells us that GES, parents, stakeholders, and everybody, we must come to the table to find lasting solution to this. because there is no country when your youth population is highly affected by drug, and it creates a very difficult situation for the future of the country. So we need to put in all our effort and trying to deal with these problems head on. But that should also come with a caution to us that we don't stigmatize people in this regard. In our society, people are quick to stigmatize people, but we need the professionals to guide them to go through this process so as to be able to get themselves free from this. And the continuous education about those who have the potential to join the security forces and all that, it should be a learning curve for them also, so that you get the basics right before you put in application for such processes.
Okay, all right. Abedu, you're a development consultant. Let's look at this.
Kojo, I don't think the Interior Minister was surprised seeing the figures. And I was not surprised with those figures that...
Why weren't you surprised? And what should be the biggest learnings from this for Ghana?
Kojo, I'm not surprised because, look, just last year around March, the Deputy Interior Minister himself with the Minister for Youth launched the Red campaign.
Yeah.
Okay, the Red Meal Stop campaign. And this campaign was initiated because government felt the rate at which the youth
were abusing
was getting to, and the figures did. I mean, I watched that program last year. The figures that they themselves mentioned told all of us that it's something that ought to be looked at very critically. Okay, and so if you compare the numbers to the proportions here, I am not surprised, and I don't expect anybody to surprise. Why am I saying this? Let's take the HIV, for example. The Ghana AIDS Commission tells us that people living with HIV in Ghana, about 330,000, okay, roughly 350,000, Kojo, with about 40 to 50 infections every day. Okay. Now, the 300,000 we are talking about, in percentage terms, is about 1% of our population, meaning from the day-old baby to the last person about to die, 1%. Okay. Now, if you do a simple proportion, if 1% of our population they have HIV, what it simply means that if you take 500,000 applicants who applied into the security services, okay, 1% of that 500,000, if you are doing simple proportion, and here, the 1% even include, my rough estimation is even include those, the children, I mean the 1-year-old children, and with these applicants, they are 18 and above, okay? And we all know that the youthful population, and of course, not that we know, Ghana AIDS Commission says that much of the population with HIV, infections are within the youthful and the adult population. Okay, so even you are using the 1% to generalize it, what it means is that about 5,000, because 1% of 50,000, 500,000 is 5,000.
Yeah.
About 5,000 of the applicants are expected, I mean, this is just a general.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised that they will have HIV. That is simple proportion. Okay, so if we have 500,000 and then 1,300 were detected to have HIV, and I think the figures were even, those who applied are even better in terms of
the general
population. You get it. So I don't expect the minister to surprise. And the same goes with the drugs. Okay, because the figures compared to what is really happening, is mind-boggling. And you see, this HIV thing, these are people who have been tested. That is where the issue is. There are lots of people out there who have not even made the attempt to test. If you even tell them to go and test, Kojo, they won't go.
You see, so I was asking about the biggest learnings because it looks as though then a lot more people are having unprotected sex in this country, putting their lives at danger, at risk. Not so?
Yeah. So I think the broader picture is really about how people are taking care of themselves as far as health is concerned. Okay, because people are having unprotected sex, but are not contracted, depending on their level of consciousness in what they do. But of course, we all know that unprotected sex is a major issue. So it's really about how people are conscious, how people are being intentional about taking care of their health. Okay, and you see, Another issue is that there's something going on with our moral values, with our people, especially with the young people, when it comes to the way we are living our lives now. I think we are becoming more careless. We tend to entertain the fun, the matters of the flesh, the happiness. We are focusing so much on that at the expense of our own health and so many other things. And I think it's a bigger issue that we have to deal with as a country, especially when it comes to youth development. Okay. So we need to take a cue out of this and ensure that the right things are done to keep the menace.
I'll come to you, but let me bring in Dr. Asante again. So, Dr. Asante, you lecture young people, in the university. What must we do as a country to try and reverse what we are seeing? 1,300 people testing positive for HIV, people abusing drugs. What must we do? Doc, kindly unmute so we can hear what you're saying. Dr. Asante, if you can hear me, I want you to unmute so we can hear what you're saying.
Hello, Kojo?
Yes, I can hear you now, yes.
Yeah. Can I hear your question again?
So I wanted to find out from you, because of what we are seeing, the young people are falling to this. We are having 1,300 of them getting tested positive for HIV. A lot of them abusing drugs. Once you are a lecturer of young people, I'm asking, what do you think we can do to reverse the trend?
I think education is key. We should continue to talk to them, professional education, and the effort must be sustained. It shouldn't be a one-off thing. We should continue to educate them, guide them as they get through this useful age, what they should avoid, what they should shy away, what they should not do. So I think that's the way to go. And then, of course, families, schools, and other public places must also continue from where the society will live off. So all in all, we owe it as a duty as a society to get our people off this radar. And then the best practices that are in these areas are what we should encourage. And I think that is the way to go.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Kojo.
You see, I agree with the minister that, if you are disqualified, naturally you should know why you are disqualified.
Yeah.
But sometimes you appreciate that, somebody has gone through that difficult process. Some people even died. Yes, that hectic process. So the person will naturally be disappointed for not being part or being selected. So to have the urge to go and find out why the person may not be interested. But the minister has a very cogent point. I have a friend who told me, very tall gentleman, went for the physical examination, not recently, but some time back, and was disqualified. But luckily for him, he was told why he was disqualified. He had a mark on his feet. And the officer told him that if he wears Wellington boots, the heat will affect the inner core. That's a mark. Yes. So the officer told him, no, he should not. It's for his own safety. Though the guy was disappointed, he appreciated the advice. Fast forward, this guy traveled out and was working in the warehouse somewhere. Anytime he wears the boot and working, he feels the heat. So he has to go through a surgery. So you see, the advice by the officer in Ghana helped him. So the minister is right that, it's good for people to know why they've been disqualified and all of that. Now, the issue about the HIV, you see, until recently, the advancement of technology, people contract the disease at birth, without no fault
of theirs.
I agree with the submission of my big brother here in terms of morals. But there are some people, through no fault of them, contract this disease. These days, because of modern technology, they're able to work. Yes. It's minimal. They're able to work around it. But there are people who honestly have this disease without, it's not about morals and nothing. They contracted this disease at birth. Such persons, maybe the state have to make some kind of exception for such people, but to stigmatize them, I think we can do much better in that regard. In regard to the drugs, taking drugs affects your cognitive function. And one of the qualities to be a military person or a security person is not just about physical toughness, but you have mental
attitude.
Exactly. To be a military person. So, I mean, it's a welcoming advice to persons who have been disqualified to go and know the reasons. It will be helpful for them in different means and all of that. But you can also appreciate the kind of pain, the struggle persons go through to be enlisted and they are disqualified. So for them to have the edge. So if the other way around is also possible, the institution can also write to these applicants. Of course, they paid for it. We are told that the money paid is for the services, for the application processes. So if they can write to them, me as an immigration lawyer, when people are refused visa, some embassies actually write to them and tell you that this is the reason why you have been refused. Your strong ties, you lack strong ties. In some cases, they'll even tell that your bank statement submitted is fraudulent and all of that. They'll point to you and all of that. Or they do not believe that when they travel, you come back. So maybe the other institution can also write to this applicant and say, look, this is the reason why you were disqualified. You have HIV or drug test and all of that.
It's not going to be easy.
In other jurisdiction, like I indicated earlier, even for casual workers, you do tests.
Exactly.
I mean, while schooling in the US, some of my colleagues were doing campus jobs. Look, when they go to even apply for these casual jobs, they do tests there and there. There's something you put in your mouth, and within 30 minutes, we'll give you the results. So maybe we can bring this technology back down here so that the process of you getting the feedback does not even take much time. So it's a two-way affair. But what the minister said is good, except that persons who are affected would naturally not have the edge to go and find out why they have been disqualified.
I mean, well, the minister mentioned that, I mean, when you tell some of these people, because they are disqualified, they wouldn't want to follow up. But this is a health matter. I mean, is there a way we could probably follow up and ensure that they avail themselves to treatment?
I think this is tactical. What the minister had done, superb. I am really happy because, you see, when people hear HIV, and when you send it to them, that indeed you have HIV, even the trauma can kill the person, knowing that the person has that. So I believe that what they had done is good. And again, I should commend you for at least highlighting it for us to discuss. Because if someone is listening right now, even if he has not received the message, he will look for the number and call. We have to really get Ghana AIDS Commission to come and do a lot of education on HIV. Because someone can still have HIV and live the lifespan that you have also, the person has to live. Now that they have even antiretroviral drugs that they can take once a day, the person can live up to his entire life expectancy without any problem. It is when it gets to the AIDS, that is when the person may die early. But for the HIV, especially early detection, the person will be taking his antiretroviral drugs. And clinically, it has proven that he can even, if he takes it regularly, he can even have sex with someone without HIV and will not transmit because it will make the virus sleep.
The viral load reduces.
Exactly, so that it will not be. But I think we have to change our laws. Because why must someone infected with HIV be prevented from working in the security agency? In the UK, they allow. They can do any work in the UK. They are allowed to enter into the security agencies and so on. Recently, France too had also lifted that ban. That people living with HIV are just like someone living with malaria and any other ailment. You understand? So at least we have to change our laws so that if the person is capable and able, the person should understand that indeed he has HIV and the person should get to the AIDS Commission. And it's even free. The treatment...
We have HIV, so...
Yes, the treatment, I'm told, is free. You go for your antiretroviral. The person will be taking it once a day. But there are people who even take medicines twice a day. And they are still living, you understand? So if you go and so I am entreating all those who had who had applied and went through the medicals to call and find out There's nothing wrong with that. And now they even sell the kits in the pharmacies. You can just go and test it yourself. If you have HIV, it doesn't mean you will die.
No.
Even AIDS, patients don't die like that. But even in the HIV, you don't even have any cause of alarm. You know that at least it's just like malaria and so on. This is something that the AIDS Commission must do. On drugs, I was not surprised to hear that indeed the number of people who had at least taken drugs, those who had applied, those who had taken drugs. Because you see, last year, the Minister for Youth Development, his report, 37% of those in senior high school had been exposed to drugs. And this is something that they did nationwide. So if 37% had been exposed to drugs, and these are basically those who applied SS leavers. So I was even surprised that the number didn't even go up, because I knew that it should go up. What we have to do is that Narcotics Control Commission will have to do a lot of work. Yesterday, Muntaka mentioned that 110 unapproved routes in the Volta region alone. Where you are entering Ghana, 110 unapproved routes.
And there are more.
And these are places that they enter with the drugs and so on. This tramadol and others. In Ghana, we can use tramadol, but it is supposed to be 50 mg. Now you can get even 200 mg in this country because it comes from these Sahelian countries and so on. So it is something that the Narcotics Control Commission will have to step up their work so that we'll be able to really control these drugs in the system. Because the drugs are also still linked to these HIV and so on, because the person do not even have the right choices of the partner to even have sex with, because if the person is completely dazed, you can have sex with either one, and that will also make it. So I'm happy that the minister has really mentioned this. At least it should even have been in a blown up press conference to tell people that if you have applied, even if you cannot come for your report, make sure that you go to the pharmacy. It's not very expensive. Buy the thing, do the test in the room. When you see it, get to the AIDS Commission with their offices. Let them start giving you the antiretroviral, and you'll be fine.
Look, let me come to you again. Now, if someone gets HIV, must that really deny the person access to joining the security service? Because, you have HIV, but it doesn't mean that he or she cannot work.
Yeah, like I indicated earlier, you could appreciate the rationale behind those who are of the view that if you have HIV, you shouldn't join the military. Basically, I've said earlier that to be a military person, not just the physical toughness, you need the mental fortitude.
Yes,
In this country, I rightly said, look, there are some people, if you tell them they have HIV, the psychological impact will even kill them, not the HIV itself. So,
but there are people too who would live comfortably with it by taking their medications.
Because I can tell you for a fact, there are people that even if you tell them to go and do the test for HIV, they won't go and do it.
They won't.
Tell them to go and do the test.
Not to be very honest, I only took that test when I was about to get married, and my wife, a nurse, she took me to the hospital. I didn't know it was part of the.
As we are discussing this issue,
these people are confessing here.
A friend working the judicial service just for service saying, why should I go and test?
I'm telling you, when we know ourselves in this country, if we tell people to go and do the test for.
But you see, the problem is that if you live with the HIV you can live with it for 10 years without detecting.
Oh, yes.
After the 10 years, that is when the AIDS set in. And that is when you will die. So it's better you know today so that you can prevent it.
But even that, if like you said, if you're able to adhere to the prescriptions and do the needful, you can live with it till. And so that is where Kojo, you see, if you look at the International Labour Organization and these human rights advocates, they've been, especially because of the framework of, the modern medical systems that we are having now, they are seriously fighting against using these criteria as basis to
deny people employment,
opportunities. Exactly. Because you see, if you look at the security services, they are basically about the logic, the operational competence. Okay, so if the person have these conditions, and if you test the operational readiness and the person has the capability to respond to all those, I mean, they're needed. I mean, then why must you? Yeah, but another thing.
So you bring something important. I'll come back to you. But I look at on that point. Yes. If the person can.
Yes. So to add to that, the security service has different departments. They have different departments. Yeah. So if.
But in the UK, every department. No. They allow.
So for example, if somebody with HIV has a law background, he can work in the legal department. The security service. You understand? One naturally argue against the person working in the medical department.
Yes.
You get a point. So we can allow them by restrict the
someone standing at the barrier. A police officer standing at the barrier.
But more importantly, is a psychological. We need to psych them. We need to have that conversation with them. Maybe the Ghana East Commission will have to up their tax, their public education, all of that. But I've argued here against stigmatization because there are people that have HIV that had nothing to do with morals. Some got this at birth. Through no fault of them.
Those at birth, I remember some time back at Konfanoche Teaching Hospital. They have them. And I don't know if they are still there. Those who did not really go to antenatal, because you see, when you go to antenatal today, if the woman is pregnant today, when they go to the hospital, they will test for HIV and AIDS. When they test and she is positive, they will start giving her medicine and she will give birth to a healthy child. But those who didn't go,
modern technology.
But those who didn't go will give birth to the child with that disease. I know that they have a league. They have some. They have put them together in Kumasi, and they are putting them to school and so on. I don't know if that is.
Well, you know that in some parts of the country, people even cherish giving birth at home. They see it as a show of strength. That's true. You understand? So we need to probably
believe even in the hospital delivery at the hospital.
Exactly. There are people. There are some communities that.
So maybe should there be a time where we get there, where we say, well, even if you have this, you still can be part of us.
Maybe this is the best time that we have the primary healthcare.
Okay.
The primary healthcare.
So they don't test for HIV there.
The primary health
care.
No, so we may, if they do not, I don't have them, but if they do not, we can ask them to add that services. Because the primary health care, primary health care, primary health care basically has to go, going to the people's home. You understand? We know some people try to do politics that is aboboya, but they go to the rural areas in town. They go to their.
They have not started that.
So we may add that services. No, it's a laudable idea. I mean, no two ways about it. We may ask that they add that services so that when they get to people's home, when they are testing. People who are pregnant, they probably will have to test for
the pregnancy. Anytime you go to antenatal, they test.
That one is compulsory.
That is compulsory. And again, I think if they can bring back this, because you see, as you said, initially people were giving birth in the house and they were dying. And that was the reason those days President Akufo brought the free maternal care so that at least you will be able to minimize it. So go to hospital is free. Because there are people today.
That's I'm saying that
don't want to go to the hospital. Today, when you tell them to even get 2 cities or 3 cities to pick a car to the hospital, it becomes a problem. You understand? It's not that they don't want.
That's why you do the primary health care.
There is something that also.
I mean, when you mention that it's compulsory for pregnant women to be tested, that's how I get to know my status anyway. When my wife comes,
because when your wife goes,
when my wife comes, I pick it and I look at HIV.
You don't even ask her. You only look at it. Because you're in the same shoe.
You see, people are confessing. You want somebody who has gone for military recruitment and disqualified to go and find out why.
No, we are saying that.
You got to know your true derivative.
Yes. All the three. She comes, I look at the antenatal, and that place is there. I look at it. Oh, that's okay. I'm fit. For this kind, No, but maybe we should get to a point where that will not stop me from joining the KGC.
That is true. But you see, let's also be realistic here. The numbers were many. And at this stage,
you mean the applicants? The applicants.
Out of 100,000.
500,000. You see,
no, out of 100,000.
No, they screen down. But maybe his point is that because there was 100,000, then you use any available opportunity.
And you see, the thing is that these criteria, these requirements were communicated to the applicants prior to their applying. Okay, so as an applicant, you know that I'm likely to be disqualified based on these based on this, what's the word?
Listed.
But HIV is not there. No, they stated in there.
No, but if it's stated
in there,
then
but I don't know my status. I read it,
and I know I'm okay.
So that is where, as a people, sometimes we are also very stubborn. Kojo, if I'm going to apply, I want to go into a service. I'll be given some conditionalities. At least do the needful and also do your own.
Your friend is saying that he will not go.
He didn't apply.
maybe
so he wants to apply.
Just as they are required to upload their WASI certificate, WASI result.
You upload your medical.
Yes, maybe that's.
But where are you going to do the testing?
You can
go to a hospital.
That is where now, if I go and. You understand? I go and call.
Oh no! I'm sure they will tell
verifiable.
I'm sure they will tell you accredited medical facilities.
Okay.
And those medical people, they won't joke with their facility. Just
you see, this is about HIV status. If I go and conduct my test and it's positive, and you want me to upload on the system where I don't know.
So once you do that, you disqualify yourself. You disqualify yourself.
You know, even the public service, as a HR person, even the public service, you are asked to bring your medical report.
Yeah.
Not just to check whether you have HIV or not, but the essence is to know your strength, to know which directorate you can work and all of that. Because, for example, if your medical report shows that you're a very fragile person, nobody will put you at stores.
Because you'll be
exactly, you're going to warehouse and all of that. So some of this medical report is a good condition precedent for you to get into the job market.
You're not educating me on why public service, because I didn't even know why public service will require medical report.
Those who have been disqualified.
Directed to work in,
Those who have been disqualified, I think the minister should be very strategic with the communication, because now you see there are lots more than the 13,300 who have been disqualified. Now, out of the numbers, how do I know that my disqualification was because of HIV or?
So they have given.
I think that's why Lawyer Kuto said follow up and know why you were disqualified.
So you should follow up.
Yes.
No, he says they have given them numbers to call.
Okay.
And know why they have.
You are
disqualified. I also agreed here that look, just as the embassy do, when they refuse to, they email you or they write you the reasons. So maybe the institution should also
email to those people.
Paid for this for the education, the services.
I'm just imagining myself and Awal applying, and then we have all been disqualified. What am I going to think about that?
Of course,
we have been disqualified.
They're from yesterday to today, and lots of
people. But they also know that those who have been disqualified are more than 1,300.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
But do you know whether you are part of 1,300?
The reason for this.
Yeah, from yesterday till today, I'm sure a lot of people didn't see. But that is what they should understand. It's just like malaria.
But when we've gone about it in Ghana, that makes it.
People don't even know the difference between the HIV and the AIDS. So you can live with the HIV for 10 years without feeling anything.
But in fact,
it degenerates.
I understand some countries are almost through with getting medicine to cure.
Oh, this
no. It's the bestest, the antiretroviral, so that it will just.
But why are you thinking that we shouldn't get to a point where we have cure? In Ghana, some
will be cure.
Oh, why? Studies in Ghana. I know someone who said that, but we contested it.
Yes,
you know.
But the minister will let us know if we just focus on HIV. The minister also raised issue about cardio.
Yes.
Diabetes and all. It's very important. If cardio is, you can
non-communicable disease.
Yes, you can just move and then collapse.
But so that is why we are saying that people should, by themselves, be doing medical examination. I do one beginning of the year, one at the end of the year.
You started. I thought you get.
No, long ago. No. But you do a complete medical examination to understand your body.
Exactly.
So when you do it, they're able to tell you. Last 2 years or so, when I did it, they said I had too much protein.
Okay.
And so I had to cut down on my protein intake. So it's important that you do it. When you do it, it gives you confidence that, okay, so I have a healthy body. Yeah, but if you don't do it, you don't know what's wrong with it. People should deliberately be doing that. All right. Now let's talk about the Council of State staying action on constitutional amendment. Now, the proposal was to allow for people who had dual citizenship to hold certain sensitive in code positions in Ghana. Now, we understand that they are putting that on hold. Lawyer Kuto, you are an immigration lawyer, so let me start with you. Yeah. If someone holds a dual citizenship, I am a Ghanaian, and probably I am, say, a British. I remit to Ghana. I have family here. I have properties here. I may have businesses here. I mean, why should any law prevent me from holding what you deem as sensitive, positions?
So I had the opportunity to meet one of the sponsors, those who are lobbying for this bill to go through. I mean, Professor Akufo-Addo.
Oh, okay.
He lectures at the University of Florida. So I met him. He gave me reasons why this bill had to go through for dual citizens to be allowed to hold public offices in Ghana generally. So I decided to do a research and to find out how other countries tolerate dual citizens. In fact, in the US itself, if you look at Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 of the US Constitution, which stipulates the eligibility criteria to be president or vice president, one of the criteria is that you must be a natural born citizen before you can be president of the US. And when they say natural born citizen, it means that you acquire your citizenship at birth. At birth, we all know that the US practices the jus soli. That is when you are born on the soil, automatically you're a US citizen. Or the jus sanguinis, that is by right of blood. At the time of birth, at least one of your parents has to be a US citizen. That's how come, even though John McCain was born in Panama, he was able to run for presidency. And also, one of the presidential candidates who was born in Canada was also able to run for president, because at birth, at least one of the parents is a US citizen. So even in countries like the US, they have restricted certain positions to people who are just, like they describe it, naturally or natural born citizens. So if you naturalize, or if you acquire your citizenship through naturalization, you are constitutionally barred from becoming a US president. No matter what, no matter how you've lived there, you cannot be a US citizen if you do not fall into these two categories. Acquire your birth through jus soli, that is the soil, being born in the US soil, or jus sanguinis, the right of blood. That is at the time of birth, at least one of your parents is a US citizen. If
those Ghanaians who don't have any of this, they can't get it.
They can never become US president, even if they're in the US for 30 years.
You mean US
cannot
president?
Even contest.
Okay.
US president.
You can only be a senator.
Yes, you can run for other offices. So I'm just drawing the attention of the public that even in the US, some positions
are reserved.
They are restricted. So the call by the Council of State, one, shows that Ghana, our check and balances are really working. We've heard narrative from this country from persons saying that, Council of State is just rubber stamp. So if you hear the Council of State say that, hey, government, be careful on this, take a pause, look at it. It tells you that the checks and balances, our constitutional institutions are working very well, and it's a welcoming news. Now, the positions that we have argued, because the point has to be made that dual citizens in Ghana can actually hold certain public offices.
Yeah.
But we are saying that high level offices that has to do with national security, sovereignty, strategic state decision making, like the Chief of Defense Staff, the IGP, we need to look at it. During the
but are we saying that if I am not a dual citizen, because the reason we say this is we don't want people to hold allegiance to another country and hold such sensitive positions. So my question is, are we saying, as I sit here, I'm just Ghanaian. So because of that, I cannot hold allegiance to another country and sell our secrets to them? Is that what we are saying?
Yeah, but you see, on the scale of two, you see, on the scale of the probability, if your only citizenship is Ghana, you will be mindful in these certain things. Look, let's discuss the issue of Kenoforiata. When he recently acquired, not even citizenship, residency, permanent residency, you saw jubilation among some quarters who feel like, once he's in the US permanently, he will be shielded, sort of. He will evade what they call persecution or this
accountability.
Exactly, accountability. You see, so, and this is somebody who had held the position of finance minister of Ghana This is somebody who kind of supervise over the public purse. I'm not saying he's wrong or he's guilty. No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that for somebody who managed the Ministry of Finance of Ghana, gained permanent residency, and they were jubilation. Why? Because people thought that he will not be available for accountability because he has a plan B. He has somewhere else to stay. But what about persons? If you know that Ghana is the only country you have, and you are made IGP, you are made a chief of defense staff, in taking certain decisions, you probably be much more careful in doing so. You get the point? So these are the issues you should look at. Now, the president, I was in North London when he met the Ghanaian community in London. The president said that Ghana have 17 regions, 16 physical regions, and then one virtual region, which is the diaspora. Right. The president said that. He gave reasons, very cogent and wonderful reasons by the president. He said, look, if you look at the investment, the foreign direct investment that comes to this country from Ghanaians outside, is enormous. It contributes largely to our GDP. You talk about expertise, people that we get from them, from the diaspora who, after schooling there and coming to work in Ghana, and the global network. These are very good reasons why the president described persons in the diaspora as the 17th region. But there's also valid reasons why the Council of State, he said, let's tread cautiously. When I saw the post on Facebook, I normally would go to comment. Somebody said, look, the Council of State have done so. Otherwise, the next 30 years, you see a Chinese person becoming the president of Ghana.
Why?
Yes. We are in this country where some Nigerians created a community, a village in Ghana. They said that this is their base.
The chief.
Yes, they say it's a chief, Igbo chief. In Ghana here.
It's not chief or king.
A king.
Igbo king.
It's a king.
In Ghana.
Yes.
In Ghana.
Yeah.
Look, if we are not careful, even assembly elections, we are not careful, you have Nigerians running for positions. You see?
But they're not bad from that.
They are bad from that today.
The assembly elections?
No, they are not.
Yeah.
They are not.
Yeah, so that's why I'm telling you that if you are not careful and we open it up, members of parliament and all of that, and you know Ghana politics now, largely, you cannot take resources out of it. You cannot take resources.
Major.
Yes. During the World Cup, I also followed comments made by people that, some players who were born outside or who have dual citizenship but chose Ghana, if it has to do with other officers, they would have been blocked. But hey, look at these players now.
Me, I don't even like them. Those players.
But look at these players now, helping the Black Stars and all that. People have raised those issues. But issues about sovereignty cannot be compared to football. The chief of defense staff, we've been in this country that we've even described some political party as CIA agents and all of that. You say WikiLeaks and all of that. you get a point. But I don't want us to do politics with this topic. That's why I'm not mentioning parties. I'm just saying that there's wisdom in what the Council of State is saying. We should move cautiously. And this is not to say that if you are born outside, you automatically have dual citizenship. You understand? You can be born out there and decide not to accept their citizenship. In fact, in the Schengen communities, when you are born there are other requirements that must follow before you become a citizen. So, for example, Spain, they have what they call the double jus soli. So, the fact that you are born in Spain does not make you a Spanish. But if one of your parents was also born in Spain, then the double jus soli comes into play. Same applies in France and
even in Ghana
and in Portugal.
Even in Ghana,
you get the point.
The mere fact that you are born in Ghana doesn't mean that you are a Ghanaian citizen.
Exactly. Ghana, we also use the jus sanguinis, your heritage, the rights of blood also come to play.
One of your grandparents must be a Ghanaian before. Yeah.
Exactly. So we must look at these issues holistically. But I can also understand and appreciate those who are arguing that dual citizens should hold all positions. They talk about inclusion and all of that. That is okay. But for some key positions, I think we should hasten slowly. Key positions like president, vice president, chief justice, some of these key positions, I think we should hasten slowly because.
But how do we address the question of, yes, they contribute a lot in terms of remittances, but their say in the governance is limited. How do you address that?
I have just told you that even in advanced countries where they have technology, where they can...
But you limited it to only the president.
Kojo,
yeah?
It is the NDC that made it political. And that's the reason they were expectant. Go and read page 162 of the NDC manifesto. They told them that when they come, they will streamline for them to get that the dual citizen to get into office. Is there? You understand? So that is the reason when the president went there, he had to address it. Those days when they were espousing that, some of us said they should hasten slowly. Because you see, there are positions in this country that a dual citizen should not even hold. I agree with him. The president, the vice president, the security chiefs. Even I believe that a minister like finance, interior, defense, you understand. But you see, our constitution is in such a way that the chief of staff in this country today can be a dual citizen.
Yeah.
The chief justice, who is the number 3 if the president and the vice president is not there, can be a dual citizen.
Really?
Yes. The Supreme Court judge can be a dual citizen because in the Constitution, their names were not mentioned.
Yeah,
in 2000,
the conditions for you to become a chief justice does not preclude.
Exactly. So you see, even national security advisor, national security coordinator can be a dual citizen. That was the reason those days when they were saying it. I said, well, you see, if you want to be a member of parliament, just hold the allegiance as a Ghanaian. You understand? So that you can be a member of parliament. If you want to be a minister, denounce the other citizenship. But there are numerous positions. You remember one of the AMA bosses. He came in as a dual citizen. It was later that he denounced it and ran for an MP. But he worked as a dual citizen for 4 years. So those in diaspora must understand that. Indeed, there are positions that you cannot hold with the dual citizen. But you see, when you make it political, because you needed their vote, you needed their money, that is the reason they are expectant. Those days, we in the MPP said that no, you denounce your citizenship if you really want to be an MP, if you want to be a minister. Because it's even limited. It's about just 7 categories. Ambassadors, ministers, president, vice president, and high commissioners, and so on. They are the only people who are exempt, who cannot hold dual citizen and become. But the rest of the positions, the KMA boss, AMA boss, even chief of staff, who is the administrative head of the president. Because you see, it happened that in the year 2000, Parliament passed a law and added chief justice, chief fire officer, and others. Just in 2024, someone went to court and said that it is inconsistent with our law. And the Supreme Court declared that indeed you cannot add people apart from the ones that the Constitution has stipulated. So why the crave for giving people the opportunity? Because as he said, one day if you're not careful, anyone at all can be your president in this country. Anyone at all can be your finance minister. Anyone at all, because you see, finance ministry, interior, look at where Muntaka is sitting. About 18 sensitive institutions under him. But unfortunately, the chief fire officer can be a dual citizen. The chief fire officer can be a dual citizen. So we can look at it holistically, especially now that we're doing the constitutional review, so that we can restrict some offices and add them. I don't see why my chief justice in this country can be a dual citizen. It's untenable. I don't see why the chief of staff at the office of the president, the national security coordinator, national security advisor, can be a dual citizen and still be a national security advisor. No. He sits even on sensitive information than even the parliamentarian. But we have restricted the parliamentarian. So we have to really do. I agree when the president said there must be some balancing so that there are some positions that they still cannot hold. It happens anywhere in the world. Okay. But you did that, and that is the reason where we are today.
So let me just make a quick response to this. You see, manifestos, policies do not come out in a vacuum. There are always background to it. At the time this thing came out in our manifesto, you knew what was happening, the gesticulation issue. You talked about denouncing citizenship as a way to allow you to run. this man denounced his Canadian citizenship. But just to look at how he was persecuted in this country.
No, so when you put it in the manifesto, were you envisaging this situation, or you thought that you could get it through when you were promising that you would get it done?
No, I've just told you that for NDC, as people used to say that, oh, Council of State is a rubber stamp, GMI just put his people there. We didn't believe in that. So
it's there. This is the first time a former regional chairman is a Council of State member. This is the first time a sitting NDC executive is a member of Council of State elected from Upper West.
Yes,
you understand?
I'm happy you said. Hold on. I'm happy you said elected. Yes. What are the procedure in electing Council of State members? It's the presiding members. It's not a political party.
But in Ashanti region, you saw what happened when you saw the former regional chairman was losing. You disrupted the process.
And
he came back and won.
But I'm saying that
but it's not an allegation. We're discussing it that day. We even discussed it on this table.
The presiding members, and it's not NDC executive who vote council. The presiding members of the various.
Why must you even, as a sitting vice chairman of a political party, offer yourself to even be on Council of State?
If you are an executive, it doesn't make illegal. Even under.
It's not everything that is not illegal that you have to really
won and became a Council of State.
He was a past MP.
So that is when you have a better Council of State. Because a former MP, a former minister, whose government is not in power, but decides to run and win. You denounced him. Even at that time, the NDC denounced him.
It's the presiding members who
when he even won, the NDC denounced him.
Let me make the question. Look at how the kind of struggle, even to the extent that Attorney General was calling for a daily trial.
No.
When he knew.
You are a lawyer. You know that indeed the court ruled that indeed he did not at the time he was filing, he did not renounce it. He didn't go through.
I'm saying that the principle.
So as if something illegal happened, nothing illegal happened in the Jetikwesen issue.
The principle, which you have said rightly here, that if you denounce your citizenship, you should be allowed to contest. I mean, we can look at de minimis, but I'm saying that this is somebody who denounced his citizenship, but yet went to that struggle, that difficulty. So if you see a political party saying that, look, when we come, we review that, it should give you a background to why that was in the manifesto. But to make this point also, that dual citizenship sometimes also bring benefits. Kojo Chow, who is Ghana ambassador to Korea. South Korea. Of course, we all know that he has some.
He's a holy Ghanaian.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that you cannot take away even the color, even his color. You see?
But he's not a dual citizen.
Yes, I'm just making a point that the Koreans will relate well with him because of the history of Kojo. Yeah. I'm telling you that he made a Facebook post during the World Cup. He said that, look, they were having a program where all ambassadors met the president, and he was the only one chosen from Africa to address the gathering. I'm saying that there can be benefits. Yeah. I do not say that it's because of his Korean history. That's why he was the only one chosen. But whether we like it or not, these things play out.
It even helped when he was chosen. Yes. Some of us were happy that indeed he will bring a lot of things because of his heritage.
Yes, I don't want to do politics with this. I'm telling you that persons in the MPP said that, look, he was shortlisted to be an ambassador, but just because of his...
No, he has never been MPP. The only one I know, the Fadi Dabus.
Exactly.
No, Fadi Dabus. Yes. Not this one. Kojo is an MPP.
No, I'm just giving a scenario. I'm just giving a scenario.
When you have Fadi.
Yes, yes. You had Fadi.
Fadi. Yes. Fadi is a holy Ghanaian, born here, did everything.
And the information came out that Nanado was considering him to become...
Yes, Nanado even called him. And some people blocked.
Yes, and persons in the MPP...
That was unfortunate.
Thank you for admitting. Persons in the MPP blocked it.
Yeah.
But President Mahama, we need to salute President Mahama with his courage. Was able to put Kojo out there as Ghana's ambassador to Korea. When Nanado had the opportunity, and Nanado in fact wanted to do that for Fadi, but persons in the MPP blocked it just because of some background.
It's unfortunate, but now the
issue. Oh, of course. I mean, then this will always set the pace. Now,
but you have not addressed
the issue about. I'm happy.
No, you've not addressed the matter about.
I'm happy.
It was in your manifesto that you will get it done.
No.
Then you get the Council of State to say that shoot this down. I've been fair to.
Kojo, don't say we got the Council of State to shoot it. I'm saying that these institutions work as check and balances.
Okay.
I'm happy. In fact, when we had a Speaker of Parliament from an opposition party, it helped Ghana. in one way or the other. So if you have a council of state that can give an advice to caution the government, I think that we should be happy as citizens that the check and balances are working. But let me raise something about Kojo quickly. I'm happy Awal raised the point that to be a minister for finance, interior, defense, we should not entertain dual citizens. Look,
now even deputy ministers, for the law today, deputy ministers, MPs.
No, there's a reason why I'm making this point.
No, they cannot.
There's a reason I'm hammering on the minister for finance. You see, Ken, the whole Ghanaian got this position, manage the public task, the public purse. Then just after leaving office, gets to the US, gets a permanent residence, a green card, not even a citizen, no. And people were jubilating.
Because of what is happening in Ghana.
What is happening in Ghana?
People had to even demonstrate to bring him back when he is not standing trial.
No, wow.
He's not even standing trial at all. But people want him to come to this country. So we perceive persecution. And that's the reason.
I'm telling you that when the NPP took over power, the former deputy minister for energy, security personnel stormed his house.
But that is normal in this country.
You see, for no offense, no offense.
Ken Ofori-Atta was not even in the house. You had Japan and others go to raid the house.
So if somebody...
Once he's not even standing trial, and you know he's not in this country. So you want him to come back.
So are you saying that?
To do what?
So are you happy? Are you happy that Ken is not ready to
whether I'm happy or not? He's not. He's ready for accountability because he told you. He gave you the address of where he is. If you want to question him, come and question him there. Or you can do it
for somebody who was.
Can't you do it on Zoom? Really? In this country, the 2020 elections. 2020 elections.
Are you saying this to
some people were raised on Zoom? The elections petition. In 2021, some people were raised on Zoom. And again, you see, he's not standing trial. Ken Ofori-Atta is not standing trial in this country.
But you know.
You needed him to talk to him and interrogate him. He can still be in this country and decides not to talk. You're a lawyer, you understand this.
Of course.
Which is go on your process. Put him before a trial. You said he didn't do it alone. He did it with 7 other people. Why are you not prosecuting the 7 other people?
Well, you know.
That is the reason his lawyers are raising issues that you want to persecute him.
Even in parliament, the minority.
Look at the people you have arrested. Look at Hanan. Hanan was arrested last year. About 3-4 press conferences to bastardize him. You showed houses that it belonged to him. At the end, within 7 months, you have to discontinue the case and raise it again. Today, Hanan is still not standing trial.
Why? Went to me as written for plea bargaining, and the government is completely.
He's not a government official. Has never even been a board member before.
You can seclude him.
He is not
a former regional chairman of a party who took public funds from Zimbabwe.
He was never a minister
for plea bargaining, and if somebody who is not even a minister, a former minister, the government is collaborating with him. Because he has written that, look, he wants to refund some of this money. So
he's a private individual who went for a loan in a government institution.
You can decide. For somebody who wants to be a party chairman, for somebody who wants to be a national chairman, you can decide to say.
But is it hard for
But I cannot believe this morning that Awal is saying that a former finance minister is saying that if we want to ask him any question, we should come to the US.
But have you sent him any question?
Somebody who managed.
You needed to ask him
taxpayers' money. Indeed.
Ken Ofori-Atta is not standing trial.
My brother, you have just said here.
It is the media trial that is still ongoing. Yeah. The media trial that started from February 2025 is what is going on right now. The minister for the Attorney General. The Attorney General has done more than 10 press conferences, but he does not have given up to 5 people in court.
The minority leader somewhere last year gave us timelines as to when Ken Ofori-Atta will return to this country. In Parliament.
Yes, that's true.
He gave timelines. What has happened?
It's not. Even his lawyers told you that he will come by June.
So he said he will come
now. I'm coming. They told you that he is in a clinic. This is his address. If you want to reach him, this is his number. And he gave you all this. But he said, after my surgery, I'll be in Ghana within this period.
Is the surgery not over?
Then you went ahead to declare him fugitive of justice. You want him to come back? Someone told you that I will come on this day. The person hasn't come. Then you declare him wanted. You declare him and said he is a fugitive of justice.
Look.
Someone who has given you his address. Is he a fugitive? Is he running away? He's not. Now, that is the reason his lawyers are saying that. From the foregoing, from all that is happening, from the press conferences, and the raid of his house when you know he's not there.
Okay.
You think that person, when he gets to this country,
okay,
he'll get justice?
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me bring in Dr. Adeti here. Doc, what do you make of this dual citizenship? You cannot do this, you can do that.
Very interesting one. Kojo, you see, they are laughing. You see, a section of the Ghanaian public are happy with the recommendation or advice of the
Council of State.
The Council of State. And the reason why they are happy is that, you see, we also have to understand how people think about some of these discussions. To the ordinary Ghanaian, the issue of dual citizenship and people occupying positions really hinges on patriotism and loyalty. How do they feel that if a person has a dual citizenship, will stay 100% loyal and patriotic to the cause of Ghana without having a double eye? There's a saying in our local Adeti who goes like, "Would they when you share etwa minuma? Would when you share etwa bakuma bakubo?"
Yes.
Okay. So people feel that, I mean, we need leadership which will give us that full concentration without having one leg here, the other leg there. And this discussion is important, especially with, I mean, the Furiata issue and all the other cases which have recently emerged, to suggest that, look, they want to do any, I mean, leadership want to do anything, but when it's time for accountability whatsoever, they can find an abode and go and hide. The Ghanaian public believe that, look, people must be held accountable for their actions and inactions as leaders, okay? And so this is why I think the Council of State have done the right thing, because I believe strongly that they have listened to the people and they believe that that advice ought to go to the President and Parliament. Now remember that the bill was submitted by a parliament member who was an MPP person.
Yeah, they are four.
They are four. Okay, but led by MPP. Good. So that tells you the consensus among the political divide in terms of how they wish leadership, I mean, the position of leadership are characterized as far as their citizenship status is concerned. But Kojo, beyond the loyalty and everything, for me, I want us to use this platform, this opportunity, to really revisit the whole discussion. Because like our brothers have already agreed, it has both the positives and the negatives. When it comes to issues of investment, when it comes to issues of brain gain and so many other things, it becomes a positive opportunity for us to exploit, because look, there are lots of Ghanaians out there now, they've had a lot of experience, they've had a lot of exposure, that when they come to the country, their experiences and these exposures will help us to drive development. However, we also have to be mindful of, you know, the current geopolitical dynamics, security and other things. When they come, I mean, when we also allow them, what this also means is that a foreign national, probably from China, like they have said, someone from somewhere can easily come down and say, I want to be a Ghanaian citizen. By the time you realize that person is contesting for a position, whatever motive that the person brings in will be shielded by virtue of the fact that the person is a dual citizen. Okay? The discussion we are having is not about Ghanaians living abroad alone. We know our people. We know
for our people.
Exactly.
We don't have any problem
but
with
the other aspect also is that there will be other foreign nationals who will acquire Ghanaian citizenship and they will become dual citizens. Now, when it happens, that person who has now acquired Ghanaian citizenship, what is the motive? What is the motivating factor for the person to acquire that citizenship and say that I am coming to contest, I am coming to vie for this position, or I want to be in this position? And what will it mean for us as a country in terms of our governance, in terms of our security, in terms of even our international relations and other things? So I think we need to be very strategic and sit down very well, dialogue this thing very well. You know, the fact that other countries are opening up, I mean, having dual citizenship and all that, does not mean it will fit in for us. We need to understand ourselves. We need to understand the system that we are operating. If you go to the Eastern country and most of the Arab countries, they are strictly going with single citizenship, let me put it this way. China, Singapore, mention them. Okay, they are not allowing anything. They're not giving you room.
Togo here.
Yes,
difficult for you to be a dual citizen.
Even
Togo here. It's
okay, Africa
to be a dual citizen.
Yes, these are countries in Africa.
Yeah.
Tanzania, Rwanda, Ethiopia. They are not giving room for these discussions. They may have their own reasons for what they are doing. And so, for me, I think we don't have to adopt a wholesale because US is doing that and all that. And this is where the wholesale adoption. This is where I come in with the Constitutional Review Committee's report. I read through the report. If you look at chapter 6, the chapter 6 of their report, they have unfortunately proposed that we review it. And in fact, the article 8 of our constitution, we talk about dual citizenship and all that. They are even saying that we don't have to even say dual citizenship, but then multiple citizenship.
So that is what the Council of State is saying.
Exactly.
That recommendation.
That is why we are talking about.
No, the Council of State reaction came. I mean, it's a reaction to the bill by
in Parliament.
The Parliament.
No, it's in relation to yes.
So it's important that though the Constitutional Review. I mean, I like the work of the Constitutional Review Committee. There are a lot of aspects of the recommendations which I believe is good for us. But it doesn't mean we should go in wholesale everything we want to accept. We need to really sit down. Now that the Council of State is in, we all sit down with the civil society and then see how best or what measure, what strategy, what option will be good for us so that the positives we can tap out of that, and then the negatives we can put in the necessary clauses to manage.
Okay. You know, when you said the positives of this, I was going to ask, when the committee says you should not become a minister when you're an MP, will you, the parties, accept that proposal?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Oh,
okay.
I mean,
okay.
The reasons.
Because we are looking forward to hearing what the political parties will say.
The reason why that constitutional provision is there, that 50% of ministers should come from Parliament, we all know. It's as a result of the coups that used to happen where things go to Parliament, it's rejected and all of that. So we know the motive behind it. If we think we have outgrown that and that separation, fine. Okay. But just to re-emphasize this point, that even in countries where they have all mechanism to safeguard and protect their sovereignty, they have restricted certain positions. Yeah. Like to become the president or vice president of the US, you must be a natural born citizen. And by this, I'm talking about people who acquired their citizenship by jus soli, born by the soil, born on the US soil, or jus sanguinis, the right of blood. At the time of your birth, at least one of your parents ought to have been a US citizen. If you go through the process of naturalization and become a US citizen, you even stay there for 30 years, you cannot become a US president or vice president because you have been constitutionally barred from doing the same. So this point has to be clear. Even in the Shingin community, they are even more careful. Yeah. The fact that you are born on the Shingin state, the soil, does not make you a resident of the EU. Unless you go to the double jus soli, where one of your parents was also born over there. And this, some of the countries that tolerate this is France, Spain, Portugal. If you are born in France, you are not a French. You are not from there. Unless, of course, one of your parents was also born there, because they do the double jus soli. So there are so many restrictions. Yeah. In fact, in France, if you are born there, you need to, from the age of 5, live there for a certain period of time before you can file for citizenship. So there's even an issue of continuous residence. So we need to look at all of this and hasten slowly. I'm happy that various institutions are working. All along, the narrative is that, the Council of State is just a rubber stamp. But today, the facts, the evidence shows that clearly the Council of State can give a counter opinion to government.
The same Council of State you are commending today, I have maintained this and I have said this over and over again, that this is the most partisan Council of State Ghana has ever had. When you have party officers sitting at Council of State, is the reason they can remove a Chief Justice because of an allowance he took. Is the reason one of them had to resign for the first time in the history of this country. A former Chief Justice, a member of Council of State, resigned.
Don't let us end on the person that you said resigned.
Yes. She resigned in protest.
Okay, let me tell you, this same person was the one who decided that the case against Charlotte Osai had prima facie.
Yes.
Only her.
That's true.
Only her decided.
That's true.
So if you have a council of state, okay.
You don't even need anyone. You don't need a chief justice to tell you that there were prima facie in Charlotte Osai case, because the stories are on Ghana Way. No, you see.
So now for Charlotte Osai.
No, in the Charlotte Osai case, the stories are on Ghana Way. Georgina Opoku-Amankwa accused her of some procurement breaches. She also accused the late Amadou Sule of doing illegal transfer for the NDC and taking 5 million. These are things that you don't even need anything.
The former chief justice has gone up to ECOWAS court and has been dismissed. But then
what was the reason she was removed? Allowance. She took an allowance that she didn't pay to herself. And you tell us that this Council of State is fit for purpose.
The ground for the removal of chief justice has to be stated.
Okay. This Council of State is doing
now.
You promise something.
I'm grateful, guys. We need to move on. We need to move on.
1 minute on this.
We need to move on.
The processes for the election of Council of State members are not done on partisan line. It's the presiding.
But the appointment. What about the appointment?
The presiding members. You can't question the president's appointment. The president had
That's why the Constitutional Review Committee is saying.
But on the election of Council of State, it's the presiding members.
The Council of State. So let's.
I'm grateful, guys. I'm grateful, guys.
Very important.
I'm grateful.
Very important.
One important issue we need to look at is the fact that as we speak, we still have millions of children studying under trees in Ghana. It's been a matter that we've, dealt with over the years. Let's share with you some, of the information that we have, and we've put them together. The fact about these 3 million children still studying under trees. Let's share with you what we do know now. In terms of Ghana's education sector, and when you're talking about infrastructure gap, we have 10,730 public basic schools in 13 regions having no classroom blocks. 10,730 in 13 regions. Okay. Now, what does this also mean? Over 3 million students or learners still learning under trees and other temporary shelters throughout Ghana. Over 3 million. Now, let's break it down. In terms of the PC and classroom backlog, regional breakdown. Ashanti region, kindergarten 49, primary 36, JHS 335, kindergarten 351. I mean, look, the numbers are just interesting, mind-boggling. That we have 55 pupils per classroom at KG level, 38 pupils per classroom at the primary level, 35 pupils per classroom at the JHS level. That is what the Education Sector Analysis 2018 is giving us. I mean, if you look at the numbers, these are huge. Kojo, when are we going to see action in getting some of these people out into the classrooms, moving them out away from the trees?
Yeah, I mean, school under trees has been, I don't want to say a generational problem. It's been with us, I mean, throughout the Fourth Republic, from the Rollins, Akufo. I mean, it's been with us, which is why I've made some very, very key arguments that these funds that we allocate for social intervention program on the whole scale, for example, free SHS, that we say that everybody can benefit, or the no-fee stress policy that everybody should benefit. I have said that events in recent times mean that we should not continue doing this program on the wholesale level. Look, recently people graduated and their parents were buying vehicles. People graduated and their parents were buying vehicles to give to, not because they have a sale, just because they have graduated from secondary school. If such person went to free SHS and you finish and your parents can now come and give you a brand new vehicle, then these funds, we need to rethink. That same person goes to tertiary, then government comes and pay the fees, whole scale for everyone. We need to probably relook at these things so that the funds can be used to eliminate school under trees. For persons who are well resourced, who can afford vehicles for their children, should not benefit from no fee stress.
But how are you going to do that?
That's what I'm saying. We need to as a nation, use deliberate steps to ascertain. In fact, when applying for foreign schools, in order to determine your scholarship, they ask you, your parents, their qualification, where they work, There are reasons they ask all these questions.
Don't they all pay taxes, even those you claim are wealthy paying much more in taxes?
Whether we like it or not, all hands are not equal. Social intervention programs are for vulnerable groups in the society, whether we like it or not. Unless we are saying that because everybody pays taxes, social intervention should benefit everybody. But if we really want to solve the problem, because know that if these problems are not solved, it can have dire consequences on everyone. If these people become hooligans and all of that, it can affect everyone. So I have argued that funds that are directed towards some social intervention program like the free SHS, no fee stress policy, should be limited and targeted to those who actually need it. Those who actually need it, so that the excess funds can be used for these developmental projects to eliminate school under trace. Because you cannot tell me that you benefit from free SHS, then when you are graduating, your parents bring you a brand new Honda Civic. Then when you are entering the university, government now comes to pay your fees. Then there are some children elsewhere. Oh, wow.
AFUF, how much is it? Why the university? How much is AFUF?
Even if it is 1 cedi, you see, even if it is 1 cedi, I'm saying
it's not up to even 30% of what one requires to enter university. There is a lecturer here who tell you.
You see, you should commend the government for this policy. You see, commend the government. Don't say it's not up to 30%. Even if it is 1 cedi, the fact that the government thinks about the people, government decides to absorb the fees of persons, it's laudable. But I'm saying that for persons who can afford their fees, government should not pay their fees, so that funds could be channeled to solving this problem once and for all.
With all today, we saw in the papers the Auditor General flagging some 7-point-something billion in terms of monies that have gone through irregularities, and so are we leaving that to now come and decide who deserves to pay for the child at the senior high school? Can't we block the loopholes in the system and ensure that everybody has access to free education whilst we are still dealing with school structures under trees?
Like I told you, successive governments have worked towards the elimination of school under trees. Successive governments. But it seems that this problem keeps recurring. I don't want to do it, but I've told you that under the Fourth Republic, almost every government has promised the elimination of schools under trees.
But from the way you are going about it, you want to preserve the comfort of the politician and then rather say that.
I'm just raising a realistic point.
Okay.
That Kojo, if somebody can afford a vehicle, I'm not saying that it's wrong to afford a vehicle for your child. If you are privileged and you think that your child, upon graduation of secondary school, even before he or she sees the result, you get a person a brand new vehicle, that is okay, that is you. But are you saying that you do this and then the following year, government should not come and pay your fees, the fees of the same child, when that money can be used to eliminate schools under trees?
When government was given the promise, it didn't add conditions. Just said.
Just so that I said recent events.
Okay.
All right. A recent event.
Okay.
You get a point.
Yeah.
And some parents actually agreed to. Even the former finance minister, in the implementation of free SHS, said.
Yeah, he made that proposal.
Yes, he made this proposal on one of your platforms.
That he thinks that it's at the point where we look at people who can pay.
The free SHS, he says that look, in fact, some of the money, if he has the opportunity, he will advise the President Addo not to pay for persons who are privileged. That he doesn't see why his kid should benefit from free SHS. And he made his candid opinion at the time. You get a point.
Okay.
Kojo.
Yeah, well.
It is interesting that this is coming from a national executive member of the NDC. You're saying that indeed we've seen people who can afford. So why must those who can afford do that? When we were implementing the free senior high school, we left a lacuna. Private schools were still operating. It's not everyone who has his child in the free senior high school. People have choices. Some have their children elsewhere and they're doing it. When we said that you will come and destroy the free senior high school policy, you said you will even extend it to private schools.
Yeah, but that's where you get it wrong.
Now you have extended it to some few private schools and so on. And you're talking about the burden again. No. Why must you extend it? No, leave it where it is because you didn't even have really.
No, that's why you get
the cost. Because the president said, if you have 2 billion, why will you invest it in free senior high school? When he was in opposition, that was the first term in opposition. The second term, he backtracked and said, I will expand it to private schools. When in fact, in the past, some people think that the free senior high school is not good for me. I can afford and I can send my child to any school. Then they send their children to those schools. Now you're saying that you do is, you see, you cannot eliminate schools under trees. You cannot eliminate it. If you are someone who has lived or worked in villages, you will understand how these schools spring up. When you go to a place like Setrafran place in the Ashanti region, they overnight they just create a community because it's a farming area. They come, they create a community. There are 5 families and 6 families and so on. They will have children. The children cannot walk 15, 16 kilometers to the next school. So they start something. When they start it like that, small, then those coming from the other hamlets will be joining. Then they will have these 3, they will have the structures and so on. So they will have class 1 to maybe class 3. When it gets to like class 5 or class 6, that is when they go to the education office to tell them that we have a school and we have children who are numbering about 100. Then GES will come and assist in bringing in teachers to come and take care of the children over there. So with time, when the media goes there to report, then the media will say 200 people are under trees and so on. This is how it starts. It's not really government who set up those schools. It's the communities that will set up the school. Then later, you can eliminate. That's what I'm saying, that day in, day out, people will still set up those schools under trees. The only thing the government must do now is that if it is identified, let's channel all our resources there and go and build it. You understand? If it's identified that indeed there are areas, even today, there will be areas that they will still set up a school, 2 classrooms, and will be teaching them because they cannot get 2-year-old, 3-year-olds to walk 15 kilometers to some places. So sometimes from P1 to P3 will be here. Then when they get to P4, P5, that time they can walk. Then they will send them to the nearest village where there will be the school and so on. My only issue is that, look at Get Fund. Their core mandate is to provide schools infrastructure. But over the years, almost all the infrastructure that they provide are in the tertiary and the senior high schools. You understand?
Concentration goes there.
Exactly. The concentration is there. Even when I was in the university, there is a big hostel called Get Fund Hostel. You get it? When in the university, they can even generate monies to even construct these hostels, or they can even construct banks to even construct it for them, so that they can do BOT and so on. But in the primary schools and so on, Get Fund should really focus on doing that. I remember at the time when we collateralized Get Fund, we did about 1,000 and so schools, primary schools, junior high schools, in these areas. Around 2018, 2020, we took the money up front, around 1.5 million. Then we added infrastructure to the senior high schools. And we focused on the primary and junior high schools. You remember when we were to do the double track, we had to go for, the Get Fund will have to go for some money. They use that money to do that, add some infrastructure, but they focus on the primary schools and so on. All that I'm saying is that if you look at these schools under trees, it is true that every government will try to eliminate and say they will eliminate. We have said it. But you cannot eliminate, because if you know how they spring up, it will be difficult. Even tomorrow, it will still spring up. The only issue is that if really there are people who need classroom, the government must focus on that, especially this report. I think this is the first time I'm seeing a report like this, saying that when you go to 13 regions, there are people without classroom blocks and so on. All that we hear is that there are schools without teachers. That's all we hear over time. There are schools without teachers. Even last year, I remember EduWatch did some, they said today they need 30,000, at least 30,000 teachers in schools today.
there is a deficit of 30,000 teachers in the schools and so on. But if now they are focusing on infrastructure, it's good. But you see, the assemblies too, when you check the common fund, 20% of that is supposed to go into educational infrastructure.
Yes, straight.
How do they do it? They don't use it for that purpose. And that's the reason we find these things, because you see, these schools are located in the assemblies. I'm talking about the MCEs are supposed to take care of these schools. So you have 20% of that, their money, that is supposed to go towards building of infrastructure for them. They use it for different purposes and so on. So we have to implement these things. Let the district assemblies understand that now in your district, you have 4 or 5. If you get the breakdown and know that, because I saw 49 in Ashanti region, but you couldn't really tell which districts, you understand. So if there are 49 kindergarten without these, if you identify them, it becomes easier. But you see, the problem is that you have a government that is prioritizing on building markets in 261 constituencies across the districts across the country.
Well, on that score, I have a issue with, you see, no. I don't have an issue with you trying to build.
Yeah, go ahead.
My issue is where you are breaking down structures to build them. For example, in Agonan content, I mean, because I'm familiar with it. At 7:38 p.m., there's nobody at the market. Yeah, the market we have. Now, your intention is to break that market down and build a 24-hour market there because you want people to...
The old market, the existing market.
Yes, because you want people to sell. You want people to sell 24 hours. But why don't you look for a new land, a virgin land, and build it there? Because you know the money for building those markets is out of the common fund. I think a percentage of it. Yes. You have about, say, 2.5 years to end this term. Are you sure that when you break these markets down, and a grand counter market is serves as a source of livelihood for tens of thousands of people? Why do you want to break it down to build a new market?
Abu market has also been broken.
There may be some isolation cases of implementation. For example, that of Keta, for example, it's on a new land.
It should be on new land.
That of Angola, it's on a new land. They are not breaking any market too. So there can be some isolation, but the idea, you cannot question the idea of a 24-hour market.
But do we need 24-hour market at every corner?
Every district?
No, we are saying, if you go off no, I mean, come on. If I don't know what makes you believe that Bunkrugu don't need.
Okay, so Setrafran Place.
Yes, so
Setrafran Place. The district doesn't even have a market.
No, let him stay. Let you stay with even Agonan Kwanta. I've given you. 7:37. We are done.
I've just told you that every district.
7, you don't meet anyone there. 7 o'clock, you don't meet anyone there.
I've just told you that every district may have its own dynamics, but the policy of a 24-hour economy, you cannot question it.
Oh no. As for the economy, no. Yeah.
I've sat in meetings that a senior member was telling us how come in Ghana you have a lot of market, but yes, the people prefer to sell on the roadside. There are places that even when you do borehole for them, you think that you stop people from fetching water from the stream, and you do borehole. There are reasons why the women will still want to go.
That's in development studies.
Yeah. There are reasons why you've done a borehole,
yes.
But people still prefer to go and fetch water.
Exactly, yeah.
When the senior person told us, really? He said, the women want to have their little chat.
Oh yes, when they are going to fetch.
Yes, that is where they have their little gossip conversation.
That's where they have their me time, like between themselves.
Yeah, so even though they say borehole, they prefer to fetch from the So there could be implementation, local dynamics. That's okay.
Because they are cultural stuff.
Exactly. So, and if you have read Robert Straw, cultural relativism, you must know that the MBIC and ethic perspective, you must understand people from the MBIC perspective, from their culture. You cannot just rubbish it. So if you sit here and say people from Bunkrugu don't need it for our economic market, that is you. I mean, I'm not from there. I need to study to find out whether they need it or not. But the point is that
I'm even saying policy. Where I live, we don't need that.
No, I mean that's okay. But the policy, the 24-hour economic market policy, you cannot rubbish. It's a great idea.
Did not promise a market, you promise 133 jobs in public institutions.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
In public institutions, you even specifically mentioned DVLA. You mentioned some public institutions and said that you will have people to do 3 shifts.
Even this institution you've mentioned, DVLA, I know for some places they've started.
They have closed it down at Adeti.
Oh, are you sure?
Yes, they've closed it down.
But they said they are working till 10 p.m. Not
exactly. So clearly, you could say there's a deliberate step to expand. But are you saying that because we didn't promise a 24-hour market, we cannot implement it? Is that what you are saying?
I mean, but between schools in these areas and these markets, which one is better?
The government have several sectors. We have education.
The same money.
Which is why there's a budget. The allocation for the education sector, for transports. So are you saying that because, for example, the railway sector should not operate? You understand? So there are the allocations that have to be done. If you make it the case, then maybe we should increase the allocation for the educational sector. That may be sound, that may be cogent, but you cannot say that because of school under trees, there should not be 24-hour market. You can't say this.
So you see, when you go to Abofo in the Offenso North, it is a very huge market, but they come on Thursdays alone. Now, in the same market, you are building 24-hour market.
You see, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Let me listen to
local dynamics.
Let me bring it a development.
If you go to Angola, for example, the Anyami market come on Wednesdays.
But you are not building.
But so the 24-hour economic market, the people of Angola will probably advise that you should go to a different community. You see, so you do the analysis.
So what are you doing there?
It's been built in Angola, not Anyami. So I'm just saying that every district has its dynamics.
Okay,
you cannot take it district by district.
Thank you.
But the policy is good.
You see, the point is that I'm sure we're not discussing the 24-hour market. No. But I mean, just as my brother indicated that for every area, there are local context and local issues. I think those local issues could have equally informed the design of the market and of course the policy, so that it will fit into every community's context. Okay, so that it wouldn't become a wholesale something that everywhere, irrespective of whether it is compatible or it can be contextualized within the local community or not. The market still has to go there. So I think those ones, there are things that we need to, I mean, the government needs to really work on. If not, look, we'll have the market eventually, but then its impact for that particular area, because of its dynamics, may not suffice, may not work well for the people. And you see, I will always say this, that we need to create the incentive for the idea to work. If we establish the market, and that incentive is not there for people to operate a 24-hour market system, it will end up becoming an 8-hour or a 12-hour something. But I think the substantive issue is about the education. I mean, the schools and the trees. Yeah. Okay, we need to set our priorities right. But education is a broader area. It's a big area. It's supposed to be an area of huge priority for every government. I mean, while I was talking about the fact that some of the schools even emerge, and then maybe then later on the GS and government will do reactive.
Or to regularize it.
Yes, to regularize it. Okay. It's still a problem with how we prioritize our education sector. I mean, let me just focus on that. Look, if you have a district education office, you have people who are into data collection, people who are into planning, okay? You'll be able to map and know that with this given area, looking at the population dynamics and population growth rate, within the next 5 years, the children population, for example, will be about 5,000 or 100. Now, with this student population that you are mapping, then it means that there's a need for you to have an education institution within that area. And so when that proactive planning is done, you don't even wait for the community to start its own something. Remember, the community does not have that technical expertise very well to start that process. So all they will do is that, let's mobilize some the children who have got to the school going age, let's put them under trees somewhere and then see how we can educate them small. But you see, if the institutions, if the GS is doing proper planning, what it simply means that before the numbers we even get there, they have already planned for a school structure. I mean, they know that, okay, based on the spatial dynamics, we can have this school located at this place. Children can come in because we have these numbers. We can bring in teachers. So by the time you realize resources, logistics, everything is in place. And then we're able to address it. But you see, beyond the new schools being established, I think our political actors also need to do us a good favor. I tried to read a report from way back, and it's like we are always reporting schools and the trees with all the numbers. And interestingly, you go through all the State of the Nation address and most of the government reports, government also tells us that we have eradicated schools and the trees, this number is gone. So I wonder how many new schools are established every day that almost every time, almost every year we are moving schools and the trees, but then they are always emerging. Look at the numbers, 10,000. If you look at the population the number of public basic schools in Ghana, which is about 40,000, then you are looking at about 25% schools and the trees. Where does it suffice? So you see, another issue then you have to think about is that the existing ones, existing structures, how are we maintaining them? Because there are some schools there are some schools which had the structures all right, but then out of maybe time, deterioration, other things, either they collapse or they are not fit for purpose again, and so even the students have to move away from the structures and all that. So another dimension really is about maintenance. How are we maintaining our existing schools? Because when you go to some schools, the last time the school, the structure felt painting, experienced painting, it's like almost forever. Almost everything shows that we have not done any maintenance. No, replastering or whatsoever. The roofing. So a time will come, then the structure itself will not be fit for purpose for students to even sit in. And all that the teachers or the school authorities will have to do is to relocate them to a place, because probably in terms of the structural integrity, it will not be fit for the student to even.
But I think talking about painting. Do you remember the former education minister said they want to paint school blue and white? Do you remember?
These are the stencils.
I don't know.
So these are the stencils.
I don't know.
Okay, okay. I heard that story, but
yeah, he said we want them to be painted.
How does it come to my?
I want you to know that sometimes you have ministers.
No, he says colors really speak a lot of. It sends a lot of message. Yes. When you go and the place is so dim. It doesn't really inspire. It doesn't inspire.
And the blue and white.
Yeah, but these are bright colors. Mm-hmm. You understand? No, but these are bright colors at least.
And this former minister comes and says that some courses.
I don't know. As for that one.
He says that some courses are not really.
As for that one, I will not agree with him.
So again,
that some courses are not.
That's his opinion. He backed away.
That's why I will not also agree.
I didn't say they are not irrelevant. That is not what he really actually said.
At one breath, he
mentioned that they are not employable. Yeah. You understand? There are courses that when the person exits, he doesn't get direct employment. We can have that holistic discussion, and that is true.
Yeah, we can have.
For instance, someone who studies journalism will know that at least whatever be the case, I'll get, even if it's print or I can get online stuff to do. But you see, someone with development studies, if you ask him, he will tell you that I can work in any environment.
I did development studies. My MPhil and PhD. Yes. I did development studies.
So you see, the thing is that I'm saying that development studies, just the exit, it is narrow in terms of the institutions that you can get. For instance, I read political science. After reading political science, I have education as well. So if for nothing at all, even if I don't get to NCCE, SHRAJ, and other places, I can still be in the classroom. And actually, I was even in classroom teaching government. You understand? So that is the context.
So you can even do political science and work at the bank.
Exactly. I'm saying that. That is the context in which he came with that statement. He did not really say they are irrelevant.
Okay, that is fine. Thank you very much. Let's do our final issue, and then we can. Okay. But you are a propagandist, pal.
He wants to be a deputy propaganda secretary.
NDC is deputy communication.
No, the position started as propaganda from
please. Let's do the Ghana South Africa diplomatic row. That is a row, yeah. I always get that word wrong. Yesterday, something interesting happened. We saw in one breath Ghana denying South Africa. Then the government's communications minister comes out to clarified that no, they rather asked for suspension. Then South Africa also comes out to say, we asked for this particular meeting to be postponed. What really is happening? Well, maybe you don't want to start from, because I've always been starting from Lawyer Kojo.
Yeah, I think when I saw the story, I was actually happy. And I said, this one, Akufo-Addo has got it right. So when later they wanted to shift, I said, why will you be really be charitable with these people? You understand? When I saw it, I felt that indeed the blood of our brother is really very important to us, and the nation Ghana must protect our citizens. We have already evacuated about 1,000 of them, and that is in protest. And this is something that in unison as Ghanaians, we all are for it. You understand? So when they did that, when I saw that he wanted to come to this country for a state visit, and we're saying that no, we have blocked him from coming, I was extremely happy. At a point in time, I wanted to write something even on my Facebook page to say that indeed this one, Akufo-Addo has got it right, because I'm one of his critics, but I said this one has got it right. Then later, they have changed it. They want to just be diplomatic with it. Let's face it and say that we have blocked it. See, what they have done in diplomacy, what happens is that if such things happen, first thing you do is to write a letter. Second is for you to really invite their high commissioner or ambassador, which Ghana has done the first one. We have done the invitation to come and explain to us what is happening over there. We are at the third stage where we will say that we will block any visitations and so on. So I was thinking that from my small international relations that I read whilst doing my first degree, I knew that the 6 stages were at the third stage where we will say that don't come, we're not also go in there and so on. So I was happy. I knew that the next one will be we recalling our High Commissioner for consultation. You understand that is the fourth stage. Then later maybe we'll say permanently we have really withdrawn him. So I was thinking that Honorable Akufo-Addo is going by the books. He started with a letter, has done the invitation. So I was thinking that at least this one will hold, so that they will understand something. But the moment you try to do this, they still will think that, well, Ghana is afraid of us. Look at what Nigeria did in 2019. In 2019, such things happened. About 12 people died. And it was not even official that they were Nigerians, but Nigerians said they were Nigerians. Then in Nigeria, there were reprisal attacks. They went and destroyed some MTN offices and so on. The first thing the Buhari government did, he didn't even write a letter. They were in a global economic forum in South Africa on Africa. They pulled all their reps over there to come back to Nigeria. After doing that, they started saying that they will not allow the South African president to even enter Nigeria. Quickly, the South African government had to go back, get delegation to get to Nigeria and talk to them. They had to close their embassy in Nigeria temporarily. Then they had to get a delegation to go and do that. Then later, Buhari had to go and visit the country, and the thing really ended like that. So this time around, I was thinking that we are doing this and we have gotten to a place where we'll show them that indeed our citizens are very important to us. That's why we have evacuated them, because Nigeria did evacuation. After evacuation, they withdrew their people and they blocked him from coming. And he saw that indeed this one day, it's still Ramaphosa at that time. You understand? They blocked them from coming. So Ghana has done evacuation. We've done letters. We've invited their High Commissioner. I was thinking that block him from coming. Tell him, because there are a lot of Ghanaians here who are saying that we should even not renew the Go-Face license because of that. So I was thinking that you carry along with the people. But I don't know the thinking. Maybe you will explain to us why the Minister for Government Communications is saying that it's a postponement or something, and they are also saying a different thing. To say that indeed the headline that came that he has been blocked from coming, it hasn't really been blocked, but it was just postponed.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Kojo, my view is that whichever way you look at it, the fact is that it is not right, it is not safe at this moment for a South African president to come to Ghana. There are reasons that in the US, if the US president is traveling, even the vehicle that he will sit in, they travel with it. The vehicle. If the US president is coming to Ghana, the vehicle that he will be using whilst in Ghana, they bring it. They fly the vehicle in because they take charge of the security. In fact, as soon as they arrive, they will do security checks on all personnel at the airport. There are reasons why the US government does that. But South Africa do not have the strength of doing the same. So what it means is that when a South African president arrives in Ghana, we are going to take charge of his safety. Kojo, I can tell you that it is not safe. It is not safe.
We can't guarantee.
It is not safe.
For him, though, but for Ghana.
Look, it is not safe.
Ghana, they made it.
I'm telling you this.
For Ghana,
see, Awal.
He shouldn't come. Let him understand that. For his own, what he has done.
Proud
to not his safety.
Proud to South
The moment you talk about safety, it becomes something. Tell him that we don't want him in this country now.
Proud to the elimination of South Africa at the FIFA World Cup. You could see their narrative. Oh, Africa should support, we are one. This. As soon as they got eliminated, the president said, oh, his people have the right to protest. He said it. His people have the right to protest. Ghanaians also have the right to protest.
Exactly.
If they are not happy with the conduct of the South African authorities. Ghanaians can actually protest and meet him at the airport with protests. That's why I'm saying that it is not safe at this point for a South African president to arrive in Ghana. Because we also, just as he said that they have the right to protest, we also have the right to protest. And protest can degenerate into anything.
Yeah, and not happy.
Yes. I mean, let's take this seriously. I'm an immigration expert, and I can tell you.
So the government,
I will even outline it properly. We can even recall our persons, our consular officers in South Africa back to Ghana. I mean, I have even said on this platform that we need to even question the basis of the free visa by South Africa. They should probably end it. I mean, if you're not ready to tolerate people, then cancel your free visa program. If you treat people like this, people being killed. I mean, not just Ghanaians. Nigerians, Togolese, those in South Africa, people have lost their investment. There are processes.
Look at the lady who was born there, the Ghanaian lady who was born there. She was born and raised there. Look at even her accent. It's only the name.
Like South African.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Treat people like this.
Thank you. We'll have 2 minutes.
But I think I can't say much. I agree with them. Look, what is he coming to do? What is he really coming to do? What is his motivation for coming to Ghana?
We've postponed it. He won't come.
I mean, he should just address his home issue. Now the issue is at home. The people are protesting at home. He's the leader in South Africa. He should just address his issues. When he settles the issue at home, he can come back for us to discuss. I mean, Nigeria and other countries, they are more pressing for it. He should go to them and talk to them. For us, if he wants to have any meeting with our leaders, he should do it on Zoom.
Okay, all right.
He do it online.
Okay, now I am grateful to you, gentlemen. Sustainability consultant and lecturer at UNIMAC, Dr. Pakwesi Aduafola-Baidu, the board member of the VRA and National Executive Committee, member of the NDC, running to be elected as the Deputy Communications Officer of the NDC. Wanda Victor Kuto Esquire was here, member of the NPP's Communications Directorate. Awal Mohammed was also here, and we had political scientist at the University of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Asante, joining us as well. Global Prayer Work Summit 2026. Global prayer is, we say, when men pray, heaven responds, prayer still works. And this is your invitation to experience the power of prayer. Join the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams and other anointed servants of God at the Action Chapel International Prayer Cathedral, Spinters Road, from Wednesday 15th to Friday 17th July. The Wednesday service starts at 5:30 p.m. Thursday 16th July features a morning service at 9 a.m. and an evening service at 5:30 p.m. Then on Friday 17th July, join the morning service at 9 a.m. followed by a powerful mega all night at 10 p.m. Come, expect powerful encounters under the theme Enforcing Victory. This event is free, but registration is required. Simply dial *426*29# on all local networks or register online via the GPWS registration page. Don't miss GPWS Accra 2026. Come and enforce your victory through prayer. Prayer still works. Now, Ghana's digital economy is expanding rapidly, creating new opportunities for businesses, consumers, and financial inclusion. But sustaining that progress will require stronger security, greater collaboration, and renewed public confidence. On Wednesday, 22nd July, Joy News and Joy FM bring together leading voices from banking, fintech, cybersecurity, and economic policy for the maiden edition of the Digital Economy Forum under the theme, The Trust Crisis, Why Fraud is Holding Back Ghana's Digital Economy. The forum will explore how Ghana can stay ahead of digital fraud, protect consumers, and build a safer, more trusted digital economy. Join us at 8 p.m. live on Joy News, Joy FM, and across all social media platforms. The Digital Economy Forum is brought to you in partnership with Hubtel. Technology is driving Ghana's digital future. Trust will help it thrive. Well, that's it there for you here on the show. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll have more for you here on the AM show. Do stay with us.
Is by choice, not cash, not coercion, not corruption. Vote buying silences the will of the people, and check illicit political financing weakens the very sovereignty of a state. Democracy falters when everyone's choice is compromised. An unprecedented multimedia politician-citizen forum brought to you by Joy News Impact Makers Foundation. This community-level engagement will spotlight illicit political financing, explore its implications, and proffer solutions to safeguarding Ghana's democracy. Democracy is not for sale on Joy News, Adom TV, Joy FM, Adom FM, and across our social media platforms.
PM Express, power is confronted, claims are tested, and accountability is not optional.
The first 2 months in office between January, February, and March, we had already brought down this rate, and then we have sustained it since.
Politics, business, the economy, social justice. If it affects your life, it will be examined. If it shapes your future, it will be interrogated.
You ever sitting there today and you see me sweating, I'm answering your question, you in the comfort of your chair putting all these questions to me. That is why you would not have the responsibility of bringing about this document.
No safe spaces for evasion, no comfort in half-truths, just facts, pressure, and the courage to stay with the question until the answer comes.
Your word says, my words were,
those
on Compact Plus, you pay 570 and you get more channels.
Evans,
that moves you.
This is the speech.
To the
speech I read yesterday is what I'm holding here. You didn't read the speech. You didn't write it. I wrote it and I read it.
Because democracy demands scrutiny and the public deserves clarity. When the day's noise fades and the nation needs understanding, there is PM Express on Joy News. Independent, fearless, credible.
I didn't think it would happen to me, but it happened to me.
Ghana's digital economy is booming. Millions of transactions, billions of cities, a future powered by technology. But beneath the convenience lies a growing threat.
Now it's becoming more towards digital fraud.
if we place convenience excessively over security, we run the risk of breaking down the number one currency that we have in that ecosystem, and that is trust.
The Digital Economy Forum is a thought leadership series examining the opportunities, risks, and choices shaping Ghana's economic future. In our maiden edition, we tackle a critical issue, the trust crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy.
We need to have a 360-degree solution.
Join Head of FinTech and Innovation at the Bank of Ghana, Elhanan Orekwasare, Economics Professor Godfred Bokpin, CEO of Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewua, Executive Chairman of Crime Bureau, Dr. Albert Enchibuesiako, Chief Risk and Compliance Officer at Mobile Money FinTech Limited, Godwin Tamaklo, Deputy Director General in charge of Technical Operations at the Cybersecurity Authority, Stephen Kojo Seshi, and Head of Internal Affairs at Haptel, Ebenezer Bofo. The Digital Economy Forum, the Trust Crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy. Brought to you in partnership with Haptel. It's happening on Wednesday, July 22nd at 8 p.m. live on Joy News, Joy FM, and across our social media platforms.
Thank you for staying with us. This is the AM show. Now, for years, pupils of Sachilbo DA Basic School went through the day on empty stomach. Many walked home in search of food during break, and some never returned to class. But after Joy News highlighted their plight, the school was enrolled on the school feeding program, helping drive enrollment by more than 80%. Emmanuel Jivenu has more in the 5th episode of Crumbling Start Season 2.
For many of these children, lunch is no longer something they have to worry about during school hours. Every school day, hundreds of pupils at Sachilbo DA Basic School in the Tatale Sanguli district now gather around bowls of hot meals before returning to class. It looks ordinary, but for this community, it is a moment they have waited years to see.
Please pay attention to me.
Just a year ago, the picture was different. By midday, hunger had already taken over many classrooms. Some pupils struggled to concentrate. Others rested their heads on their desks.
With the school feeding, which was not in place, when they go home to eat, at times they feel relaxed to come back home. And now that the school feeding is in, I believe, when it wasn't there, it affected our enrollment, because when they know when they come, they will be on empty stomachs to learn. So it's better they'll be at their houses, so they won't come to school.
Through School for Life citizen-led educational accountability and responsiveness project, teachers, the PTA, and the community members became better organized in demanding action from the district assembly. They kept pushing for one urgent intervention: school feeding. And when Joy News highlighted their struggle, the call grew louder and support soon followed.
Yeah, it has been enrolled into the feeding program, and this is almost a year now. It was in 2025 that they started. We are overwhelmed because with the program now, we are a little bit relieved now. When the children come to school, they don't more go home to eat. Unlike those days, they will go and eat, and before they will return, they might some of the instructional hours have passed.
Before government officially enrolled the school onto the school feeding program, a philanthropist stepped in to help. Rice, maize, beans, cooking oil, learning materials, and even mats for children who had been sitting and lying on the bare floor. For a school that waited for years, it was the first sign that someone had heard their call.
One Mr. Nana came and donated some foodstuffs to the school to kickstart, and some masks for the children who were lying on their bellies or seated on the floor to use.
Then the letter finally arrived. Sachilbo DA Basic School had been admitted onto the school feeding program. After years of appeals, the community finally had the intervention it had been asking for.
When the letter came and I informed the community, the whole community were very excited. And that very day was more or less a small party or a small get-together for the community.
The celebration did not end there. Even before the first meal was served, the community got to work. Community members built this temporary mud kitchen so the caterer would have somewhere to prepare meals for the children. Today, pupils no longer leave school in search of food. They eat together, stay on the school premises, and return to class without losing instructional time.
The enrollment as at now is 298. As at now. As at then, we were 163. So almost about 100 have been added. Our march times go to the School for Life. They have brought us how far now, because when they came, it was through the School for Life that we had a philanthropist who started a little, and now the government has come in. So our thank you go to the School for Life. That was Mr. Nana, the philanthropist who kickstarted the feeding.
The transformation is significant, but the work is not finished. When clouds gather, lessons sometimes come to an abrupt end. Parts of the school roof has been ripped off. Only 3 permanent teachers serve the entire school. The school has received desks, but they are still not enough.
School building is almost ripped off. Mostly when rain says now, we have to close the children.
A year ago, hunger was pushing children out of school. Today, a hot meal is keeping them in school. At Sachilbo, that change came through teachers and community members who refused to stay silent until sustained advocacy drew government's attention. The children are back, but to stay and learn well, they still need safe classrooms, more teachers, and better facilities. Emmanuel Jivenu, Joy News, Sachilbo, Tatale Sangole District, Northern Region.
We're so excited for the pupils of Sachilbo DA Basic School. Well, have your say on the matters that we've been discussing today on the show. The number will be on your screen, 030-221-1691. 030-221-1691. You can call me and share your thoughts on any of the discussions. One worrying topical conversation that's dominated today's news would be that 1,300 security service recruits reportedly tested positive for HIV. That's a real vulnerability. What does that mean? What are we not doing right? Despite campaigns, despite encouraging people to test and know their status, what could this really mean? Particularly, what does even the rejection amount to? Is that stigma? Do people know about it? This brings to the fore a wider side of the conversation. But Let me talk to Joshua. Hello, Joshua. Good morning. Hi, Joshua.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Joshua. Please speak up if you can hear me. Okay, we'll ask Joshua, but I think that if you're watching us today and you probably went through the process and got to medicals and maybe you were not picked and you have really been adamant about your health, this will be quite a wake-up call. You should go to the hospital, double check again, because when you're tested positive, at least you still have life. But this is quite worrying. A little over 1,000 of that sample size that went for the recruitment processes. This is scary, and we shouldn't sit quiet about this. Ghana's Commission has been encouraging people to test. In fact, they've made it a lot more private for you. Let me talk to Nazir. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Please share your thoughts. Well, unfortunately, today, again, my lines are not very good. We'll hope to fix it and get you also to share your thoughts a bit later. But this is how we wrap the show. My name is Emefa Adeti. Kojo earlier moderated the conversation. Always a pleasure to have you on the show. See you at 12 for the midday bulletin.
NDC when they were in opposition, I was part of those leading the charge on the Galamsey fight. We called out the president, and for which reason I said the president is practically the former president, probably the worst president we've ever had because of Galamsey. They joined us. They talked about repealing the LI. They talked about the state of emergency. They've been in office. And I'm just waiting for that 120 days to come to an end. Mr. President, you must live by your word. You cannot speak poetry in opposition and come and act prose when you are president. We expect a lot more from you in this fight. It's not about you, it's not about your tenure, it's about the future of our children and our children's children. And we expect you to hold the bull by the horn and act and deal with this matter decisively. We can't continue this way.
Think it will happen to me, but it happened to me.
Ghana's digital economy is booming. Millions of transactions, billions of cities, a future powered by technology. But beneath the convenience lies a growing threat.
Now it's becoming more towards digital fraud.
If we place convenience excessively over security, we run the risk of breaking down the number one currency that we have in that ecosystem, and that is trust.
The Digital Economy Forum is a thought leadership series examining the opportunities, risks, and choices shaping Ghana's economic future. In our maiden edition, we tackle a critical issue, the trust crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy.
we need to have a 360-degree solution.
Join Head of FinTech and Innovation at the Bank of Ghana, Elhanan Oreku-Asare, Economics Professor Godfred Bokpin, CEO of Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewua, Executive Chairman of E-Crime Bureau, Dr. Albert Enchibuesiako, Chief Risk and Compliance Officer at Mobile Money FinTech Limited, Godwin Tamaklo, Deputy Director General in charge of Technical Operations at the Cybersecurity Authority, Stephen Kojo Seshi, and Head of Internal Affairs at Haptel, Ebenezer Bofo. The Digital Economy Forum, the Trust Crisis, Why Fraud is Holding Back Ghana's Digital Economy, brought to you in partnership with Haptel. It's happening on Wednesday, July 22nd at 8 p.m. live on Joy News, Joy FM, and across our social media platforms.
In a world where truth is contested, platforms are powerful, and democracy is under pressure, what shapes the story? The University of Media, Arts and Communication, through its School of Journalism and Media Studies, invites you to the State of Journalism, Media and Communication Conference 2026. Theme: Navigating the Future, Journalism, Media and Communication in a Dynamic World. Join global thought leaders, including the Vice-Chancellor of UNIMAC, Professor Eric Opoku-Mensah, Rector Professor Christiana Hammond, and Professor H.A. Sikanku, Dean of the School of Journalism and Media Studies, Professor Gregory Gonwi, Associate Professor at California State University, Juliet Amwa, Country Director, Emerging Public Leaders, Ghana, Kune Adebajo, Investigations Editor, Professor Abena Enimwa Yeboah Bain, Dean, School of Information and Communication Studies, University of Ghana, and Ryan Kellett, 2025 Neiman Beckman Klein Fellow at Harvard University, for 2 days of powerful conversations on AI and the future of journalism, journalistic professionalism in Africa.